Tariq and Seti are wrong, and we have a lot of stuff going on in the world. I can't even keep up with it all. So whenever it's like that, I open up the call lines, and the people, they will keep you in the loop, okay? The people will call in and bring up different topics and events that may haven't come across my desk yet that I definitely need to be in the loop on. So if you one of them people, I will be dropping a call link today. Come fill me in on more world events because it is so much happening at such a fast rate that I can't even keep up with it all. Now, with this being said, how y'all doing? I'm rocking my Mike L crown hat. Shout out to Mike L, that young brother who came up with these crown hats. Every time I wear this, I like to give that brother his props for making such an awesome piece of art here. I don't know whether to call it clothing or art. It's a fusion in between them both. So salutes to Mike L and crown hats because he been in that copper, and I decided to wear some copper with my copper. So I'm feeling copperish. How y'all feeling today? So what is Tariq and Seti wrong about? Well, let's talk about what they're right about. Tariq Nasheed is right that Black Americans in this country are foundational. When Tariq Nasheed uses the word foundational, matter of fact, do me a favor, we didn't get a tech check. Drop a 1 if you can hear me loud and clear. Can you hear me? Drop a 1 if you can hear me loud and clear. We got to unpack this. I'm surprised that no one else unpacked it. I'm surprised that I don't know if it's some kind of agenda. I don't know what's going on, but it's weird. And I don't know if people like scared of Seti or scared of Tariq. It shouldn't be nothing like that because why? Each one teach one. Each one teach one. Now, what Tariq is right about, and I'm going to hold out on Seti. Let's talk about Tariq right now. Tariq is right in his approach to politics, being that the people we call Black Americans need their own identity when it comes to politics so that we can represent ourselves as a group like others, to have these puppets in power work on our behalf. Now, I don't think that they will work on our behalf, but I will say if they're gonna work on our behalf, we have to be a we. You know, we have to be a we. We have to organize into a group. So I get it. And Tariq is right about that part. He's also right about the part that America was built on the backs of our people. What Tariq Nasheed is wrong about, because Tariq Nasheed, when he says foundational Black American, he don't mean that you was always in America. Tariq Nasheed is very clear he's a Pan-African, meaning that Tariq Nasheed, just like Sara, Suten, Seti, they teach that we are our own distinct kind of African. But what Sanchez teaches that we ain't Africans at all. And we're in a time in a world now where people are gonna have to realize that when you say FBA, is levels to this shit. All right, when you say FBA is levels to it, and then we're entering a time now where you're gonna have to reflect within yourself and ask the question, what level of FBA am I on? And we got to quit thinking that Tariq Nasheed is some owner of FBA, or that Tariq Nasheed know everything. What we got to give Tariq Nasheed his props for, salutes Sister Betty. Sister Betty, maybe you can join us at some point too. That'll be very dope on a topic like this. Let's drop a bomb for hoping that Sister Betty hops on with us. But let me lay the foundation, and I'll be brief because I know so many people been saying, bro, do a topic on this. You know why? Because I put this on my Facebook and the post just getting shared. Is gonna be one of those posts that get, over 100 likes or whatever. But the post was, I'll let y'all read that while I talk because I want to unpack some stuff and I'll read it later. But you can be reading it now if you want to. Now, back to what I was saying was, because I'm very clear on what I'm saying, and the people are so starstruck, they don't understand how to make everything work for our benefit because they want to put one man in a dictatorship position when Tariq Nasheed keep telling y'all he is not no leader of FBA, and FBA is lineage based, and it ain't no leaders. FBA is more of a family thing. And that's another thing that Tariq Nasheed got right. I can never be mad at Tariq Nasheed because Tariq Nasheed always tell everybody, I'm not no leader of no FBA, and we ain't some group, we are a lineage. And when a man say that, that is a disclaimer where you can't really mess with him no more. You got to talk to the people who keep repping FBA. And what they got to realize is Tariq did his job. He galvanized us under 3 alphabets that represent a group of people in America that's saying similar things as far as why we should be at the forefront of priorities as a protected group in the nation as far as the works of our ancestors, right? Now, look. Here is where Tariq shoot himself in the foot, and Sara, Suten, Seti have hopped aboard the FBA train, and people may be like, "What? Yeah, you got to understand something. Sara, Seti, and Tariq Nasheed are basically both Pan-Africans, and what people got to realize, FBA is not a Pan-African movement, even though the man that came up with it is a Pan-African. And people may say, Tariq Nasheed ain't no Pan-African. Let me teach you what a Pan-African is. A Pan-African is anybody that teaches that black people in America got here from slave ships that came from Africa. That is facts. That's facts. Now, a person can tell you anything else that floats your boat and make you happy, and they can always go back to, but we still Africans, and we still came over on them slave ships. And when they say that, you got to realize you are in what I call baby FBA, little kindergarten FBA. Use a baby FBA, because remember, FBA is a lineage. We're a family. And in this family, you got babies, uncles, daddies, OGs. And you got to realize that the man who created FBA is not in a position to be a monopoly over the information surrounding the people and the lineage of this land. He is just a person who we should give props for coming up with a catchy 3-worded term to galvanize a group under. And you should clap it up for Tariq for that. And you should also clap it up for him for being very combatant and defending this group that he gave this title to. But however, Tariq Nasheed still is a Pan-African who's done a lot for foundational black Americans and for the so-called Negro who built America. But you got to understand that what Tariq stands for is the fact that when he says foundational black American, Tariq is saying black people built the foundation of America on their backs. But that have been muddied. It's been confused to where some of us hear foundational black American and we think that Tariq is saying we've always been here since the foundation of this continent. And that ain't true. That is not what Tariq is saying. And somebody like me have to go live and specify and clarify. and galvanize people into certain groups. Yeah, you need to sign up for, you need to know what you signed up for and where you want to be as far as which group, because it's not all the same, and that's okay. What's not okay is you not knowing that it's not all the same. So a lot of people will say Sanchez, or they may go to somebody, they may say, man, how you repping FBA, but you disagreeing with Tariq? Because this is not a cult. This is not a group, some gang. It's a lineage, and I can disagree with my brother, my cousin, my mama, my auntie about family matters. Y'all are treating it like a cult instead of, hey, we family members with family issues and family matters that we need to work out. Closed mouths don't get fed, and I'm not putting down one of y'all on a pedestal. That's how you feel about your family members. If one of your family members become popular, you'll be like, oh man, that's just my cousin. That's how you got to look at these people like Tariq Nasheed, these people like we're just one family trying to figure it out. This is not a cult with a leader. And you have a voice at the family table. Use it. So the families are separated too. My family got three different, we got the Hills, the Smith, the Keys. You got a bunch of different parts of the family. And one thing about FBA, what you need to know, it's the oldest part, the oldest blood of this family. If you want to use the family analogy, we going to say that the richest one of the families that's making up the family tree, it's the group that's saying, we ain't immigrants. Now, let me read my post to you. It said, if you believe that Black Americans are Africans, you need to break free from your educational programming. Do you really think we came here as Africans, and upon stepping off the so-called slave ships? Sorry, guys, sorry. Let me give a shout out to Dolph Obama. Thank you, Dolph, for the super chat. Thank you for that. Much love for that. So I said that if you believe that Black Americans are Africans, you need to break free from your educational programming. Do you really think we came here as Africans, and upon stepping off the so-called slave ships, instantly knew how to harvest American maize, what we call corn, also cotton and sweet potatoes? Africans got off the ship, they knew where to find the sweet potatoes, the corn, the cotton. They knew how to harvest it, how to pick it, what time of year to plant it, what time of year to all that. Now, these Africans just got off the ships. These Africans came over here and taught the pilgrim how to hunt wild turkeys. Listen, do you believe that Africans fresh off ships were the ones teaching Europeans who supposedly brought them here how to hunt wild turkeys, keeping in mind that turkeys are not even native to Africa?
Oh my God!
Turkeys are not native to Africa. It's just a little research and science. It ain't feelings and emotions, you know. Just a little old facts. That's it. Ain't nothing but a little old facts. You see a group of Indians showing the pilgrims how to hunt turkey, how to prepare the turkey for a meal and a dish, how to cook the turkey, how to stuff it, all of that stuff. And you telling me those Africans got off the ship and came over here stuffing turkeys when they got off the ship? I mean, it ain't nothing but a little common sense. It's nothing but a little it ain't no emotions or feelings, and I love Africans. It's an African on this post right now that's saying, salute Sanchez, I'm from Africa, and I keep telling people this. We was here before the slave masters arrived, man. If Columbus showed up and saw some copper-colored people in sweet potatoes, corn, turnip greens, you know what grows on this land, right? Poke salad. You have to prepare this stuff a certain way. Like, you can't just come to America and start just saying how they teach you that this group of natives prepared these dishes. Ain't number one people in America preparing those dishes that way right now for the people who've been. Listen, you can't tell me that the slaves in the South were from Africa when they didn't have no African dishes. They was eating like those Indians that we read about in history. So that's crazy that the Africans showed up here in America. And okay, let's say, okay, Sanchez, the Africans saw different plants in America, so they cooked those. Okay, why did they prepare them the native way? Because ain't nowhere in history where you can show, because you would have to say, well, we came over on ships. There was some other people here, black people, right? And that won us. But they knew about the land and they taught us and the pilgrims. But you know, that'll be real stupid. Occam's razor, man. So it is not like, so my whole thing is, and then you know what else dumb stuff that people say? They say, Sanchez, why don't you take a DNA test? DNA test cannot tell you about your, let me show y'all something when dummies say that, because they don't read these DNA tests. Don't you know that the U.S. military, and I was in it, they told us that the ancestry tests are a scam and a joke, and I can pull up the article now. If you in the military, you know DNA ancestry tests are a scam. The military warned its soldiers, don't send your DNA off to none of those scam companies, because they selling your stuff on third party sites. And those tests ain't accurate. It's just for entertainment purposes. Not only did the U.S. military write articles about these, CSNBC Canada Marketplace did a big story on it where they took two twins to get the ancestry test, and the two twins came out from two different countries, y'all.
Oh my God.
Two twins now. So let me tell y'all something about DNA. DNA can tell us who you are, but not where you been. If who you are is tied up to where you been, then DNA can't tell us our origins and who we descend from, because in order for DNA to do that, DNA will have to tell you what my particular lineage, what my genetic makeup has. It will have to start from today and trace it all the way back. Now, if DNA can do that, right, don't you know, when a person leaves their DNA at a crime scene, the police wouldn't even have to question them on a time frame? See, what the DNA is telling the police is that you were there. It don't really tell them when all the time. So they'll try to interrogate you on that. But think about this. You're saying that DNA can tell us, it can trace back our actions, like, and migrations and where we've been over time. And that ain't true. Think about that. It will have to start, like I said, from today and go all the way back each day. That meant that technically they can look at my DNA and tell me where I was yesterday. Listen to what I'm about to tell you now, because some of y'all ain't even getting what I'm saying. Listen up. If DNA can tell me where my people was on the earth hundreds of thousands of years ago, listen, DNA should be able to tell them where I was yesterday. DNA should be able to tell them where I was. See what I'm saying? 15 years, they should be able to say, you see what I'm saying? We can look at your DNA. But see, let me tell you how DNA work and why these ancestry companies are for entertainment purposes. Because it's over 10 billion people on Earth. And the biggest blood database is only 2 million samples. So a person that's going to get their blood tested, they getting their blood tested out of 2 million people on the Earth. But it's 10 billion people on the Earth. They not even testing their blood up against 2% of the population, and they using that to say, I'm Irish, I'm Nigerian. And the data banks that they're using only have a certain nationalities. You got to think of how many groups of people on the earth. It is bananas. But these data banks ain't got samples from everybody. And they'll tell you that, but see, it's people want to believe that they're Egyptian. They want to believe these things, right? Let me explain some to you right now. The people who created these tests, the so-called tell us where we from, how come they ain't using them tests to tell the world where the hell they from? I'ma wait.
Oh my God.
Listen, the people who telling everybody in the world where they from, don't nobody know where they from. Now, the people who can tell everybody where they from and they finding your bones in the ground and they saying, look, we found the monkey looking woman. It's black people ancestors right here. For you to say we're from Africa, you got to agree that we're monkeys too, or Australopithecus. You got to go with Darwinism and evolution. I'm going to tell y'all something right now. We're in a time right now where you're going to have to draw the line and pick a side. Because I'm going to tell you, Tariq ain't going to lead you all the way to the promised land. We're not going to get no reparations, but we do like it when he goes in public on TV and argue for him on our behalf. It's a good representative. But it's just arguing. It's WWF. And part of me want to believe that Tariq is a puppet because he be on CNN, all in the political scene. You know, when you see cats like Anthony Bryan, Logan, ABL, your Tariqs and all them, they got a lot of people that's talking heads and puppets, boule bourgeoisie people to be the talking voices for our group. These voices may get you excited. They may make you angry, but they'll never make you free. People need to look why the military told their soldiers don't mess around with ancestry tests. Right? Now, you got to talk about the slave ships here. Wooden ships with nails in them, y'all. These things gonna be waterproof now. You're gonna pack more slaves on these wooden ships than what we pack today on some cruise ships. And we got good steel and good technology today. Wooden ships, handmade, nails, y'all. Nails holding the wood together. And they tell you that they'll put this little resin that they get from the trees is like a sap to make it waterproof. Now think of all the weight that this ship got to hold. You got 10,000 slaves on it, I think they said. Not 10,000, it's like 1,000. I'm tripping. That's a lot. How many slaves were on a slave ship? I wonder if ChatGPT know about slavery. ChatGPT said that each ship carried anywhere from 150 to 600 people. Now let's do some more math. How many gallons of water would we need? What we need per person for a load like that? The amount of water needed per enslaved person on a slave ship would depend on voyage, lift, rationing conditions. A human at least a gallon a day. Oh, wow. Okay, you know it took like 3 months, right? So it took 3 months. Now, in how many days are in 3 months, people? That's like 120 to 150 days. And so that means you need anywhere from 120 to 150 gallons per person. Now let's do some more math. Let's do some more math while I highlight that for you. 150 times how many slaves on the ship? How many slaves on the ship? It says 150 to 600. Let's go with the maximum, 600. Because that's the pictures they show us. On the pictures they show us, they got them stocked like sardine cans. So let's go with the maximum. So people, guess how many gallons of water that they needed for the trip? People, if they had a slave ship full of 600 slaves, guess how many gallons of water they need to bring to get them slaves back to America alive? Because you don't want to waste your cargo. 90,000 gallons.
Oh my God.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I want to type that in the chat room so your eyes can visualize this number. I don't think y'all already, you can hear it, but you need to see it. 90,000 gallons of water, dude. Dude, if you got 600 slaves on a ship and they need a gallon of water a day per person, and they on the water for 3 months, that's let's say 120 days. You looking at anywhere from 70,000 to 90,000. Dude, a wooden ship with nails holding it together is not holding that much cargo weight. This is just figgity facts. It's just facts, bro. Ain't no wooden ship with nails holding it together going against the rough seas with all this weight on it, making it from Africa to a...
Stupid.
We love fairy tales. I'm going to tell you something, bro. People that believed in the transatlantic slave trade with blacks coming from Africa on ships, it's the same thing as Christians believing in Noah's Ark.
No.
It is, though. It is. You believing that it's possible for them to pack up wooden ships like that. And then you got to think about this. The people who said that they went to Africa and gathered up Africans, they didn't even have technology that can even compete with the Egyptians and the Africans.
Oh my God.
So I'm not even a Pan-African. And guess what I'll tell you? Know what's crazy? Now listen, I used to be a Pan-African, but here go the thing about the hypocrisy of Pan-Africanism, what I just told you. You think about it. Pan-Africans would tell you no one was stronger than Africans. We was the smartest. We was the wisest. They would tell you that the Egyptians had the most advanced technology on the earth. They will go in on Africa and how great it was and how smarter the Egyptians were than the Olmecs and the Mayans and all that. But then they'll turn around and say that the European put up to African coastlines and forced thousands of Africans into ships with single-shot rifles. Dude, it took them so long to load up that single-shot rifle, we can play a game of spades while they load that motherfucker. Bro, it took them so long to load up that single-shot rifle crazy, man. You telling me that the people that built the pyramid, now the people who enslaved the Africans, they don't even know how to build pyramids.
Oh my God.
According to the Pan-Africans, the people who enslaved them so dumb, they didn't even know how to bathe right. And they had diseases. And they had single-shot rifles that, dude, you can build a rifle in the amount of time it take them to load they shit. You can literally been built you one, 3D printed it. And he's still poking gunpowder down and pouring it out of a little cloth bag. He pouring it out of a little cloth bag, y'all. He got gunpowder in a little cloth bag. And he's untying it on the battlefield. Can you imagine a soldier with a little cloth bag on the battlefield, untying that shit? Open up my gunpowder and pour some in here real quick. Ain't no real quick. It's gonna listen. It don't make sense. So the Pan-Africans have a conflict going on with their teachings, that they can be conquered by single-shot rifles when they built the pyramids with technology that was so advanced that they equated to alien-like. I don't know why we can't ask these kind of questions without people getting in their feelings, losing their mind. Like, if we're about thinking outside the box, they taught us we came from Africa. Let's challenge that. Let's question them on that. Let's question everything. See, some of y'all say question everything, but what you really mean is question everything, just not the stuff I believe in. Don't you question that. Let's start dropping the link, and while I speak my mind, we can start letting people come in and out. If y'all want to join the call, go ahead. Let's do it at this time. So whenever y'all see the phone icon going, that means we taking calls. All right, so let's open up the phone lines real quick. My bad. The hell is that? That off of the air. There you go. There goes. So y'all can start calling in now. All right, did I pin that? Let's make sure I pinned that. And let me also say salutes to all of my newest channel members. We keep getting new channel members, and it's making them mad, y'all. Let's clap it up for all of my new channel members. For sure. If you're a new channel member, man, let me show the new channel members some love for the people that just joined within a week from now. Salutes to them. All of y'all gonna be ranking up at the same time because everybody joining at the same time. That's dope. Shout out to everybody. We got the brother Live My Aunt for mental health. That's the brother Mike L who does these crown hats. So let's go ahead and start our video review reaction to Umar Johnson talking against FBA, because you got different types of Pan-Africans and I don't want to put them in a box. Okay. But see, Umar Johnson is a Pan-African who's like, he's against FBA, but then you got Pan-Africans that rock with FBA just as long as we admit we come from Africa. I'm going to tell y'all what I mean by draw the line. A lot of y'all are out here screaming FBA, and everybody's screaming FBA, you support them and rocking with them, and you shouldn't be doing that. You should only be supporting and rocking with the FBA people that's saying we didn't come over here on slave ships. Facts.
Sánchez cocinado.
That's facts. Or you shooting yourself in the foot, because guess what you're doing? You're supporting Pan-Africans that have infiltrated the indigenous, aboriginal, Black American, copper-colored movement. Before you had FBA, you had aboriginal. You got a lot of Pan-Africans that see the capitalistic opportunities and pushing the narrative of foundational Black American, because that group of people is seeking an identity right now. They're waking up. They're the most oppressed group in America. And I think that the biggest blasphemy of this group is to tell them that they're immigrants at the end of the day, when they are the indigenous people of the land. This is our sacred, holy land, where we've always been since the beginning of the universe. We was planted here by the Creator. We didn't migrate here by an oppressor. We was put here by God, not forced here by the devil. You know, you got a lot of fake FBA people. And I'm going to show you how you can tell if they fake. Go up to them and say, I didn't come over here on no slave ship, and they'll fight you. See, Sara, Suten, Seti is acting like he with FBA. And I'm going to tell you something right now. Lord Jamar. Yeah, they pushing the FBA thing. But guess what, though? These are all Pan-Africans, people. Facts. The real grassroots FBA movement is in the hands of controlled opposition, just like the Flat Earth movement was. Y'all think y'all get a pass. That's funny. Everybody movement is infiltrated. The people in power know that they want to control both sides, control the opposition. And y'all don't even see that. It's crazy. Everybody just blindly fans with their pom-poms and stuff, and you don't see the lineups. You don't see what's going on. Let me stop a minute and show some love. Shout out to JM. He said, bro, Sanchez speaking facts. Thank you, brother JM, for the super chat. And shout out to D-Dub Exclusive once again for another super chat. Big facts, Sanchez. Bones either. Yeah. If you gotta use bones to prove something to me, you already lost. I debated Chief Holiday. Anybody using ain't no such thing as an ancient bone. You know why? A bone can only last for 100 to 250 years, and that ain't ancient. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. When you go to school for forensics, they teach you this. But when you go to school for paleontology, they teach you that a fossil can last for millions of years. So scientists will never come out and say, we found the 5 million year old bone. They will come out and say, we found the 5 million year old bone fossil, because they will be contradicting themselves. Science teaches that flesh and bone decomposes in between anywhere from 100 to 250 years based upon environment. And this is something that forensic students around the world have to learn when they go and they study actual corpses. People donate their dead bodies to universities, and they let the corpse sit out and rot in different conditions to see how long flesh and bone can stay on the earth. And it ain't gonna be there past 250 years. When you go to paleontology school, you're not studying bones, you're studying bone fossil. Now here's the truth about the bone fossil. It is not technically bone at all, it's all rock. And scientists will tell you that it is bone that turned into a rock over time through a process called fossilization. Now, when you look up fossilization, you will see that a lot of real scientists laugh at it and say that it's bullcrap. What? And if you just take a minute and think about it for a minute, you'll see that it's bullcrap. You'll realize the only people that have ever found fossilized bones on the earth were the people who wanted to push the agenda of fossilized bones. What? Think about that a minute. You got people in Africa that dig in gold mines and diamond mines all day. Akon got a diamond mine. Them people is constantly digging up under the ground in Africa. They never finding their ancestors' bones, but the white man is. The same white man that ain't finding his ancestors' bones. And every time he find your ancestors' bones, it's a monkey man.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Every time he find your ancestors' bone, it's a monkey man. Yeah, y'all ain't thinking, you ain't using your head. Let's show some love to our supporters, though. Big shout out to Thug Rob for gifting that membership. Thank you. Let me give a shout out to Young Jay. He says, showing love since you got remonetized. Salute from Cleveland. Thank you, brother. We're going to open up the call lines and start letting people in right after I show love. So thanks to the people in the waiting room. Shout out to Kai for gifting a membership. Thank you and Thug Rob, man. Thug Rob and Kai, we appreciate you guys for gifting those memberships, man, for real. That's love. Shout out to Nazarene Essene TV. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Nazarene, thank you for joining this family. Welcome. Welcome to our family. Let's go ahead and let's keep the show moving. Thank y'all so much. It means a lot. It does. Let me let these guys on. Okay, so we are in call-in mode right now. Let's go ahead and Ditso was first. Ditso, get ready. Cameras on. You know the rules. People was like, Sanchez, what's up with that picture of Nixon? Yeah, because it's the call-in time. So we got Nixon on the phone. Oh, man, Kai just gifted another membership. Let's clap it up. Salutes. Much love, Kai. That is awesome, bro. Real talk. Y'all guys are very generous. This is a very generous community, and I appreciate y'all so much, man. We look out around here for each other. The brother D-Dub just gifted a membership, man. For you know it, the whole chat room gonna be membered up. It's gonna be hard to not see green highlighted names. Yeah, let's clap that up, man, for D-Dub for sure. Y'all brothers are gracious. St. Louis said nobody talking about Haiti. Click in and come in and fill me in on what's going on with Haiti, because we know Haiti stay under attack. I told you, it is something about Haitian people. And that's why I'm telling you, with this new Stargate project, you know that they're going to be able to pinpoint particular DNAs in groups of people. That's a lot of power, because that's a new form of racism. They can pinpoint and target certain groups just by their DNA. And I'm telling you that these archons are trying to target the star children. Man, all of us ain't the same. And if you go to looking at everybody's DNA, then the people in power will know the groups of people that's going to breed the messiahs. You think it's a game. Hey, Ditso, let me get a mic check from you, Ditso.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. We have a camera on policy. Thank you so much for putting the camera on. Yeah, let's talk to the people, Ditso. I'm going to shut my mouth and I'm going to let you take over at this time. Thank you
Okay.
for joining. Yep. I'm listening, but I'm going to step out of the seat, but I can hear you through my house speakers. So, yeah, talk to them.
Are you okay? All right. Uh, Several points. First, I'm gonna specify on the Western Hemisphere, this area that we denominate from Argentina up to Canada, plus the Caribbean. So there are contestants in regards of how United States defaultism and United States centric perspective on a native populations that were here prior to the arrival of Europeans has hijacked the conversation in that sense. So if you are listening in that sense, I am somebody who will openly criticize certain terminology and certain deterministic categorizations in regards of who were the people prior to the arrival of the Europeans throughout the whole continent, from Argentina up to Canada plus the Caribbean. You did mention Columbus earlier on in your conversation. I'm born in Costa Rica, and I grew up pretty much all around. I lived in Costa Rica. I'm half Costa Rican, half Venezuelan. I lived in the United States. I lived in Mexico. I lived in Argentina. Pretty much my whole life was and is exploring this whole continent that we call today America, that we subdivide in North, Central, South, and Caribbean sections.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned Columbus. What was the area that he that this genocider arrived to on his fourth trip? We're talking about. I normally don't use Gregorian calendar, but for today, just so we understand
Okay.
each other, 1502, 25th of September, 1502. What was the point of arrival? Where did he arrive to?
He arrived in what we would call South America today.
Nope. He
Okay.
arrived on the coast of my country, Costa Rica.
Okay.
What today, modern day, is called Uvita.
Okay.
Okay. He met
Now,
my people.
all
My
right.
people kicked him out.
So the
My
first
people at Liberty Bridge.
when Columbus first so-called, well, let me not say discovered, when he first stumbled across the Americas, the first Western country would be Costa Rica, and then they started to move on and from there. Yeah, go ahead.
Four
I'm
trips.
listening.
4 trips. The first arrival was on modern day of what was eventually called the Hispaniola, which is modern day Haiti slash República Dominicana. The second trip, he got near to the Bahamas. The third trip, he got to Jamaica. And the fourth trip, the last trips that he did, he went through the coasts of what is today modern day Central America. So he went through what is modern day Belize, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and somewhat Panama. And then he went back to Jamaica. So that's the thing about U.S. defaultism.
So you agree with this map? I just want to make sure, and then then you could continue for sure.
Yeah. As
okay?
you can see, that's the description I was doing.
All right, yeah, I thought so.
Fourth
Okay, go ahead.
voyage was the red line. First voyage is the blue line.
Yeah.
Second voyage is the orange line, and the third voyage was the
So
green line.
I said South America. I should have said Central America. Yeah.
It's Central America. That's a distinction we make. because technically speaking, we are neither. Technically speaking, based on the U.S. curriculum and how they teach geography, we're North America. So technically speaking, from the perspective of U.S. people and the U.S. education, North America consists of how many countries?
If we want to include Canada, it would be 4 total, right? Four continents, landmass.
10. 10 countries on mainland, plus 12, well, actually, out of the 12 nations, independent nations of Caribbean, it would count 5. So in total, North America, based on the U.S. scholar curriculum and how they teach geography, North America consists of 16 to 17 countries.
Well, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. See, this is the confusion. When Columbus came, these 16 countries wouldn't have existed, though, right?
Of course not. Of course not.
So that's why I'm saying I'm basically when I'm basically referring to them by landmass, like the continent. That's why I said, like, technically when Columbus came, Canada was America too. It wasn't no Canada. Like, all of this would have been considered America, from Canada all the way down to the tip of South America.
And technically, up to today, Canada is still America. It is still within the political, social, economic boundaries of what is today America. And hell, they sit with us on the OAS, on the Organization of American States, which is the UN for us in that sense. So yeah, we can agree that for better understanding on this type of conversation, yeah, we refer to modern day countries, etc. But obviously, on the time of the invasion of Europeans, countries did not exist. States and nations did not exist. What existed were kingdoms in Europe. And here, what existed was somewhat similar kingdoms, tribes, different forms of organization on that civilization 0.1 type of variation that we had here. So in this sense, we have to make a clear distinction. Who were the people prior to the invasion of Europeans that were inhabiting all this area?
Mm-hmm.
How did they arrive? How did the modern Homo sapiens sapiens or modern human arrived here? How did it spread? How did it differentiate genetically? Then the other question that we come arrive and go for is, okay, what happened when the European invaded, and what has happened in the last 530 some odd years? So making that clear distinction, then we can enter into that conversation. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you a question. Now, here's where it's gonna get exciting, and it's gonna get a little bit crazy here. I like where you're going, and I think this is a conversation we should have been had. Who are the indigenous people of this land that we call America? Because I'm gonna say now that so it's not just one group. I think it's my group and a couple of more groups. We identified as one people at one time, but now we see ourselves as a different groups, like, or whatever. I can go deeper into that, but I'll pass.
Okay, I can go deeper on that, gladly. Let me present it in this following way. By the time the Europeans arrived here, estimations will tell you that the human population from Argentina all the way to Canada plus the Caribbean was anywhere between 100 to 200 million people. And those are, high estimates. Some estimates will throw it into between 50 to 100 million. But what we can say is by the time the Europeans arrived here, all the way from Argentina up to Canada, plus the Caribbean, this land was inhabited.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what pre-European civilizations were here? For example, if I ask you, what is one of the most oldest civilizations that we had, and where was it located?
One of the oldest civilizations. Well, this is what they teach us. And when it comes to America, Kukulkan, the Olmecs, the Mayans and the Olmecs would be like the oldest civilizations of this land. And we'll start talking about Kukulkan pyramids and all of that.
Actually, yeah, that is incorrect. The Caral Supe, located in Peru,
Okay.
were at least 1,500 years prior to what we know of the Olmecs.
Peruvians were older than the. Now, who
That's the
Okay.
oldest civilization and the oldest structures that we have found in regards of what we understand as because we have to understand civilization, especially the last 12,024 years, into a series of anthropological, archaeological criteria that also enables you to understand the transitioning between a nomad type of construction or setup of humans to then a settling agriculture, etc., that then enabled a more centralized, a more what we understand as proto civilizations, and what we understand as that social form of organization that was happening throughout the whole globe in that sense. So the thing is, if we do not understand it that way, then we oversimplify the whole thing. So the Caral Supe civilization in Peru preceded the Olmecs by 1,500 years, and it clearly showed a transition between proto to civilization or semi-organized civilization, either religious, economical, and political in that sense.
Let me ask you a question. Whenever I hear a person saying this group predates this group by this amount of years, I have to ask them, are they using carbon dating and bone fossilization for this timeline?
In majority, we've used several other means of it. Let me bring it up right here.
Because you will have to be honest and admit, yes, I'm using carbon dating, I'm using Chatter Man, I'm using bone fossilization, correct?
But
wouldn't that be wrong with that? Because most of our timeline comes from paleontologists. I wouldn't be mad at you for that. Yeah.
Here's the thing. I would contest in this far way. Sure, we have used the current techniques that we have through the scientific method in order to be able to date and be able to know the timelines and approximations of those timelines that we have from either we can use the geological surfaces of the areas that tells us the different moments sediment set up. It can even tells us when volcanoes exploded, etc. So that is one form of knowing an age of a particular finding. And then yes, you have the carbon dating, you have radio dating, you have other forms of
we can't trust these dating forms. Even if we did trust these dating forms, they talk about Chatter Man being the oldest evidence of humans in America, and he wasn't a Peruvian. So what I would tell you, though, is that I believe Peruvians are just as old as Olmecs and Mayan, but I don't think that neither one is older than the other one. I think they lied to us. I don't really think that. I think the only people who's the youngest people on the earth is them. And all of us are just the oldest people on earth, and we don't know who the oldest among us, but we know we've been here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Me personally, but I can be wrong. You know,
Okay,
but
so
yeah.
let's put it into the look. I'm I am how to put it in very simple terms. My field of study has been sociology, anthropology, archaeology, and I also have my I also study law, well, Latin American law, but in that sense. And I started linguistics. Those are my areas of expertise through the academic field. That's what I do. All right. So when you tell me a supposition, my position is going to always say, bring the evidence, do the methodological work in order to prove your point. Because so far, and particularly in the last 200 to 250 years, with the cases of independence here in the Western Hemisphere, you're telling us, our own universities, our own academic issues in each of our countries, our own efforts to investigate, to research, to go furthermore into what happened pre-Europeans,
Right.
that we shouldn't trust the scientific methods that we have available for us,
In
and
Peru.
yet, and in anywhere throughout the Western
Yeah,
Hemisphere.
I'm saying that science ain't based upon trust, it's based upon proving all things with evidence. So the way science work is no scientist should say, trust me. They should say, prove me wrong. Go do your experiment and your own research. If
Okay.
science is requiring your trust, that's not science, that's a religion, that's a belief system. And they say, hey, just trust me. So I'll tell you, you know, I graduated science too. I learned about evolution, Australopithecus, and the out of Africa theory. All right. And I'm telling you, if you do want me to trust science, then I can't trust what you said about the Peruvians being older than the Olmecs, because my science teach me that the Olmecs were the oldest ones on this land, and they don't really give the Peruvians the credit that you just gave them. So in certain sense, you don't really trust them fully as well for you to make certain claims, you know.
Okay, so two points. One, science is a methodological process. You present yourself with a hypothesis, you set out to test that hypothesis, you utilize the tools in order to follow through that methodology, and you either confirm or not confirm your hypothesis.
That's the part what I need to interject, because we can't confirm any hypothesis that's past our lifetime. I'm 40 years old. Once we go to talking about what happened 500 years ago, thousands of years ago, I don't even think science can be factual on that, but they will tell you that they're factual. They will definitely do that now.
So
They'll tell you they are.
let's give a factual example on two things. Let's go something as straightforward, well, kind of straightforward because it's hard. It requires a lot of stuff, but physics.
And physics is a big joke.
Let's put it in this way. The gravitational vortex that Einstein predicted, has it been after almost 70 years or 8
Oh
years
my
after
God.
he proposed the gravitational vortex, have we been able to find that vortex? Have we
No,
been able to
we have not been able to find a gravitational vortex. Lies. We have not found it.
Are you sure about that?
I'm positive. What you found is an equation that says it supports Einstein's past theory. But they show me the gravitational vortex. Give me a picture of it. We ain't took a picture of it. We got pictures of the sun, right? We got pictures of Andromeda. We got pictures of the Milky Way. Show me the picture of this gravitational vortex, and I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna sit back and let you show me the pictures of it.
Okay, so that's interesting. That's I would say it's bemusing, because the evidence, or what you are demanding as a standardized concept is absurd. Because
Why?
in order to obtain that picture of what you want,
What?
we would have to be able to take a picture of the bending of space and time,
You can do that.
and we haven't.
You could
yet.
do that.
How?
We could
How can
so
we
so check this
do
out,
that?
right? Let me show you what the don't let me listen to me for a second with no interruptions. Can you do that? Check this out.
Go ahead.
You're trying to make it like the bending of space-time is something so advanced. It's not. It's just talking about how light bends into the center of magnetism. It's so simple. It's talking about, I'm gonna show you what a gravitational vortex is right now. Like, I asked you to show me a picture of it. You couldn't do it, so I'ma do it. You said it's impossible. I'ma prove to you you're wrong. Watch this. Watch this.
Watch it.
Here is a electromagnetic energy field. This device is called a ferrocell. And this ferrocell has HD lights around the rim of the Petri dish, as you can see here. But in the middle, it's a patented ferrofluid in this little lens right here. And then they have a magnet in the middle of this thing. And we know that light can't escape a black hole. So when they cut the LED lights on around the side, instead of the light rays going straight, they all bend into arches as they get sucked into the black hole. We're watching light get spaghettified right now, and it's forming one of the most ancient symbols in the universe, which is the flower of life. So our ancestors even knew about the center of magnetism and it ain't gravity. That's the dumb word that Newton made up when he was up under an apple tree. The apple tree hit him in the head and made him stupid. It ain't got nothing to do with a theory called gravity. It has everything to do with the universal laws of electromagnetism, electricity and magnetism. Light is electricity. Light gets bent into the center of magnetism. Once all of the rays, when they try to shine outward, they get sucked in like noodles when you're sucking up spaghetti, and all of them get sucked into the middle of this thing, and it creates this beautiful torus field. Do you know what a torus field is?
I think you're mixing a lot.
I'm asking you a question real quick. Do you know what a torus field is?
A torus field? Yes.
What is it?
Simply explain, a torus field is the supposedly encounter of electromagnetic forces in one specific point. If you want the most simple explanation, if you want a more scientific one, sure, I can provide that.
I'll go with that one. So check this out. I'm not mixing anything. I'm giving you straight up 100% facts. I've been studying this over a decade. I didn't fall in my position, sir. And you need to respect my position, even if you don't agree with me. You're not going to just come up here and act like you're going to correct me, because I haven't corrected you. I'm just asking you questions. Trust and believe I know exactly what I'm talking about, right? So this is a torus field, and this is how the light is bending into the center of the ferrocell. Let me ask you a question real quick. What is a ferrocell?
Okay, hold on. There's something, before we continue with your line of questioning in regards to this, there's something interesting that you just mentioned.
No, let me answer that real quick. What is a ferrocell?
Please tell us, what is a ferrocell?
No, I want you to tell me.
You're the one who's leading the expert.
You know why I'm doing you know why
I know exactly.
No. Here's the problem. I've been very respectful. The moment you tell me I'm mixing like you're gonna try to correct me, it ain't ego or nothing. It's just
No,
that if
listening.
let me say one thing. If you don't know what a Pharisee is, you can't even begin to correct me, sir. You need to listen to me so I can teach you something. I've learned from you, and now you can learn from me, and we can learn from each other.
But I do wish to indicate on something before we continue this. You did
Sure.
say,
Sure, go ahead.
trust me, and you said in the light
That's
of
a
the context
figure of
the,
speech that black people say. I don't mean to trust and believe me. That's just a
Okay.
that's
So-
a figure of speech, right? We
so
say
can
trust
we-
and believe, baby, but that don't mean
Okay.
trust and believe.
All right.
That's
So-
kind of just some street slang. Ignore it, right?
Okay,
Ignore it.
so
Yeah.
so just to make
Yeah.
sure and clarify,
Can you answer my question about the
overnight-
Pharisee?
before I
We don't
ask-
want to
because
get caught up on street slang. I'll stop
No,
using my
I-
street slang.
No, don't worry about the street slang. It's
Okay,
what
cool.
I'm indicating is this whole conversation started because you said that we can't trust science. That's a
Yes,
fundamental
I'm
point of your
telling.
argument.
Now let me
So
speak
why
on. Let
should
me
we
speak
trust
on that.
you?
Let me speak on that. I'm not telling you to trust me. You the one told me I should trust science. Listen to what you're doing, Ditso. What I'm giving you don't require you to trust me. I'm telling you, prove me wrong. Everything I'm teaching you here today, Ditso, I'm telling you to go and do your research and prove me wrong. But you can't really talk about what I'm teaching you today if you don't know what a Pharisee is. You got to realize you don't know everything. And just like you taught me some about Peru, I can teach you some about a Pharisee. You didn't like the fact that y'all saw how he laughed when I point out that he don't know everything. Okay, you know everything. That make you feel better? You know everything.
No, the point being here is that you brought.
Can I ask you a
electromagnetic forces.
question?
The contesting in regards of what you tried to explain in what it gave as something that was proven after a long while
You
experimentation.
asked a
which was the
question. Listen, here,
vortex of the earth.
stop
You brought
a
it
second. Stop a second, man. Here's the problem. You asked me, why don't I trust science? I said, because science don't require your trust. You asked me, so why should people trust me? I'm telling you they shouldn't. No one trusts me. I got a bunch of followers, bro. I got a bunch of supporters. None of them trust me. You know why they rock with me? Because they go and prove what I'm teaching, and they try to see if I'm wrong, and they find out I'm right. I don't have a community based on trust. I tell people all the time, don't trust nothing I'm saying, don't believe me, prove me wrong. That they know I stand that way. So, like again, I told you I was using street terminology. As black people, we say trust and believe, even though we don't really want you to trust and believe. I shouldn't have said that, and that's feminine anyway. That was my bad, but it just came out and it threw you off. The point is, you wanted me to trust you when you told me that the Peruvian people were older than the Olmecs. I'm telling you, if we got to play a trust game, then we ain't speaking facts. I didn't ask nobody for trust. I'm just up here teaching about electromagnetism. I asked you, did you know what a Pharisee is? I didn't ask you if you trust me or not.
And you
still ain't answered me.
Hold on. What is interesting to me is that I brought up when you're contesting in regards to science, I brought up one evidence that we have continuously known, or we've been able
We
to
have
prove.
not. Why are you speaking?
Hold
Wait,
on,
stop
hold-
a second. Stop a second. Because
You
I
have not
see.
even let me-
Hold on. I know. I know I haven't. Because at this point, I'm getting frustrated because I've let you to listen, bro. You've been on a call a long time. It's 10 people in the waiting room. I'm supposed to been to the next caller. At this point, I can't let you just keep blabbering on. I got to really press this forward and get to a point. It's getting annoying.
Okay.
The people getting tired of it. They ready for another caller. So this is what I'm going to do to help you out so we can reach a conclusion here. What were we originally talking about? Before we got off track, all right, we was talking about origins of people. You brought up something about a gravitational vortex. That's a theory. That's not a fact. You can't show me a picture of a gravitational vortex, but I can show you a picture of the center of magnetism. This is why I asked you, have you ever heard of a Pharisee? Because the people in power who you calling scientists, who you want me to trust, they won't teach children what a Pharisee is. Guess what a Pharisee is? A Pharisee will show us the center of magnetism. This right here, they took this and turned it into the Milky Way galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy that you believe in, the gravitational vortex that you believe in, it's all, listen, let me finish. It's all, listen, it's all CGI, computer generated, is not real. If you want a real version of the Milky Way, you need a Pharisee. This is what the flower of life was built off. This is what the galaxy is created based upon the principles of the flower of life. And we can study those principles in real time with a Pharisee, but you don't know what that is. But I know what a gravitational vortex is. It's the scientific explanation of an electromagnetic, the center of magnetism. And they don't want to teach us about the truth, which is the flower of life and the center of magnetism. They teaching you about a gravitational vortex, and you can't prove that because you can't show me that. And when people can't show me that, they say, well, that's absurd to think I can show it to you. But I can show it to you. I'm showing it to you. One of the biggest mysteries. Listen, I'm going to kick you off if you try to cut in again, because I've let you speak a long time. I let you teach me a lot of stuff earlier. I shut up and I listen. I didn't combat you. You know what I don't like about Ditso, y'all? Ditso think he can teach a black man something, but a black man can't teach him nothing. Nah, I'm finna get you off my goddamn show, sir. That's what I get tired of y'all. I let y'all on here and I shut up and I sit back and I say, teach me more. I let you teach me about Columbus voyages. I didn't debate you. I shut my mouth and I listened to that man, didn't it, y'all? I let that man teach me, didn't I, y'all? But when it was my turn to teach him something about what he didn't know about, he got offended and started turning his face like who he think he is teaching me something. Like, you never heard of a Pharisee, bro. Let a black man teach you what a Pharisee is. I let you teach me about something. You corrected me. But people think I be tripping and y'all don't see that. Each one teach one, not just you my teacher, massa, because you the Peruvian dude that know more than everybody. When it's my turn to learn, I sit back and learn. If a brother say I never heard of a Pharisee, you shut up now and let me teach you something. We can both learn from each other. But the moment I see you don't want to learn from me, you just want to come up here and dominate the teaching position. And it's my show, but I'm still willing to learn from others. But damn it, you're going to be willing to learn from me too, especially when you admit it, you don't know what it is. A black man can't teach you nothing, but I can sit here and learn from it. And I'm going to bring up the black card. Because the moment I started schooling him on something he didn't know, he felt offended. And I'm like, damn, I let you teach me something. And I humbled myself and let you teach me. I didn't feel offended. I was asking you more questions to help me out. But you can't do that for me. And I got to think, well, it's because I'm black. Because why? He trusts science. He trusts science. He just said, well, you don't trust science. Why should we trust you? Why should we trust that you said that the Peruvian people are older than the Olmecs, sir? Don't you know that the scientists you telling me to trust, they don't teach that. They teach that the Olmecs is the oldest. But since you're Peruvian, you disagreeing with them, just like when black people disagree with science when they say we're monkeys. When they say all black people from Africa, we say we don't agree with science. Apparently, he don't agree with science when they say that the Olmecs and Mayan are the oldest, because he think his Peruvian people is the oldest. And I'm willing to listen him, even though I know it's a bunch of bull crap. I know Peruvians ain't older than the Olmecs. But I ain't gonna debate the man. I'm gonna let him school me, give me something I never heard. But soon as I try to give him something, he hit me with this face. Like, y'all should have saw it. I had the screen share on. The moment I tried to school this man, I'm looking at his face and he's like, you know what I'm saying? Peruvians older than Olmecs, but yet we ain't got no period. That's like they said the Greeks older than, like, that's crazy. Peruvians older than Olmecs. Where are the pyramids in Peru? Where are the colossal stone heads in Peru? Sister Bethy, mic check.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was trying to tell you in the chat that I'm letting my voice heal.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Sister Bethy. Was you able to hear all that madness?
Yes, that's why I say, oh my God, I gotta come up. Sanchez, he is so disingenuous. I can't really talk because my voice is healing. But I want to do a share screen when I shut his ass down. This dude's
Okay.
a liar.
You
And I
got
want to
it.
show it to you when I shut him down. And then I'm going to get off the panel
Okay.
because I can't really talk. Here you go, hon. This is for you, nephew. Same
Okay.
dude. All right,
I'm
let me
gonna
see.
mute up so you can give him this work, Sister Bethy. Appreciate
Okay.
this too, because you know I know a little something, but y'all aboriginals got all the real receipts and stuff with the sources. That's what I was telling them. Like, but what you think about the fact that Sister Betty, that Tariq Nasheed, and it's different levels to the foundational word, because that
Oh
don't
my
mean what they
God.
think. Because when we say foundation, we saying we've been here for forever. They're saying, well, we just built the shit from off the slave ships. People don't specify it, you know. Yeah.
Mess. Okay. I think I got it now. Yeah,
There
I
you go.
did.
It's ready
This
when
is
you're
one.
ready.
Okay, here we go. Share sound. Okay.
Chief Kasik, you next. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
You ready? Okay, here we go. Listen. Watch how I get his ass.
I was just saying, it
Yeah.
doesn't identify you. It's just saying you were born in the 80s. I was born in the very
It's
late 60s. That's all. You came after me. You're the era after me. So you said a lot.
Yep. I'm staying quiet now.
There's a lot that I disagree with. So now I'm going to need you to mute your mic and stay muted and not interrupt me, even if you don't agree with me, because a lot of that stuff I could not agree with. Anyway, one of the biggest mistakes that you mentioned, and you can't unmute your mic, is your people came here. That's one of the last things you said, and it's literally recorded. You said your people came here before the Spaniards. I don't think you understand that what being indigenous and aboriginal to his soil is. But you can't come here and say, I'm indigenous. Mm-mm. You have to literally be from this soil. Like people from Africa can't say that they came from here. They're from Africa. If they come over here, they're citizens. You came to where you are. You just stated it so many times. And you said that your people killed the Spaniards, got them all out of there. Yet you speak Spanish language. And you told me that live. You can roll the tape back. You told me that your primary language is Spanish. We had over 400 people in here to hear it, and you could roll the tape back. So I find it kind of crazy that your people, the Breebies or whoever, killed the Spaniards and kicked them out. Yet your primary language is theirs. That sounds insane to me, Dan. Next, I asked you what your people look like. And you told me, you showed me a picture of your beautiful family or what your mom kind of looks like. And I was a little thrown off because they have these very strong, features, and they're Asian features. And that's a red flag if you have Asian features. Somebody from Asia came here and got pregnant by the original people of that land to come out looking like this. The people you showed me look like this. Like Tiger Woods, these little ones up at the top. Those are the people you showed me that your family is, your mom sort of resembles. And they have the same I think they have more of Tiger Woods features than anybody. The woman that you showed me that kind of looks like your mom. Tiger Woods' dad is a Negro. So his mom is Asian. And that's how the baby came out looking, just like all the people you showed me, the Brees. Okay. You said that the Spaniards look like this. So these are regular, ordinary European looking men. They're definitely not Aboriginal to the Americans. We know this. So when Spaniards came here, don't doubt that they was getting it in with the people that were on the land, because this is how they look when get it. It links the data. And an octoroon is if you see that how they try to hide our history. It's just horrible. Horrible. This is literally a government official report from the superintendent. Yeah, for the United States government. They wrote that report. Quadroon. They don't want you to know. We're not niggas. We didn't get our blood from niggas. Octoroons, none of them. They didn't want to admit the Negro blood because then you're going to know who the Indian is. But here they already told you who the Indian was, because they said the families were Indians of the Cherokee tribe. And that's a fact. And then this is even more funnier shit, because these Negroes.
All right, that's enough, Sanchez. That's enough, nephew. But I wanted to shut him down. I did. I shut him down 2 years ago. He's not indigenous to the Americas. He lied.
Yeah, he was saying that Columbus went to Peru and that the Peruvians were older than the Olmecs and all that, but I wasn't falling for it.
Yep. He was a fake character. Christopher Columbus is not real. But I'm going to get off, Sanchez.
Hey, you know, before you get off, Sister Betty, let me say one thing. See, he was disagreeing with science, but agreeing with him. He was using their Columbus map to show that he went to Peru, but they science don't say that the Peruvians are older than the Olmecs. He put that on there. But so he was kind of playing both sides. But let me ask you something, Sister Betty. Our people are divided up with Donald Trump. A lot of black Trump supporters like yourself, y'all are saying, hey, he's looking out for us. Y'all may not understand how politics look when something is working in your favor. You know, black people are split up. They saying, man, Trump attacking us. He taking away all our stuff. But then you got another black group saying, no, he helping us out, man. So I think we need to do some shows, not for like really debating, but for clarity for both sides to see, is he hurting us? Is he helping us, right? Or is he doing them both, but is he helping us more than he hurting us, you know? So I would like to arrange something like that with you. And if you can get more people that support Trump to come up with, you know, let the people know why he helping us so they can calm down, right? You know.
Oh, I would love that, nephew. I would love that. maybe next week. My voice is
Okay.
getting better, but I don't want to keep straining it.
Okay.
But I would love to do that with you.
I'm gonna reach out to you, sister, and yeah, you get better. I appreciate you for joining.
Yeah, you knocked him out the box, Sanchez. He was very disingenuous. He did
Yeah, he
not
was.
want to acknowledge that he was seeing something new from you. They hate that.
Yep. Yeah.
When you show them something they ain't never seen or don't understand, and he get mad.
Yeah.
But
That's
you did great. You did great.
I
Great.
appreciate that, Sister Betty,
So
for real.
I'm going back in the chat. We having a
Okay.
ball in the chat right now.
Yeah, the chat on fire. Let's drop a bomb for him. I
All right.
appreciate y'all. Thank
All
you,
right,
Sister
nephew.
Betty.
See you, love.
All right. That's Sister Betty coming with the facts as always, man. Shout out to all of my Aboriginal brothers. Y'all know we may not always see eye to eye, but y'all know we repping this fact that we didn't come over on no slave ships, right? So shout out to Dane Calloway and to the real people that's saying we didn't come over on slave ships. Because people, you got to separate the real from the fake as the world. Everything getting hard to distinguish. The lines getting blurred with everything. And the charlatans, that benefits them. So I'm giving y'all something that you really need to know that's important for you. You think everybody that's hashtagging FBA is the same, but it's levels to this. And I'm telling you, a lot of small groups are on a higher level with this FBA thing than Tariq Nasheed. Why? Because Tariq Nasheed still teach that we came over on slave ships. He just teach when we got over here, we built the country as slaves. That needs to be said. That is levels to it. That you may want to be supporting the people that see the term foundational Black America is cool, but it still ain't. It need to be still furthermore specified because FBA splits up into two major groups. The FBAs that believe we came over on slave ships and the FBAs that believe we always been here. So you got two FBAs. One is foundational Black American. One is foundationals built America. One is more like foundational Black Aboriginal or something like that. I'm just trying to show you, but FBA is deeper than just like what y'all think because not FBA. It's an elephant in the room with FBA. And I'm going to point them out. I'm going to say, look, all of us screaming FBA, but we ain't the same. And I'm ready to draw the line on the real and the fake because FBA is a big group, is gaining momentum. But I need the world to know we ain't the same with this FBA. Some of these FBAs still think they from Africa. And some of us FBAs is saying we ain't Africans at all. And that needs to be at the forefront so people don't think, well, we all is saying we from Africa, but we just built. No, that's how your movement get co-opted. That happened in my flat earth movement. You need to specify what you saying right now for it's too late and they run a hit piece on you. Because they gonna think all of the FBAs are really Pan-Africans. So I'm splitting the group up right now. If you over here on this FBA side, well, we saying, bro, we ain't got nothing to do with Africa. That's a whole nother set of people. That's a whole nother group of people, bro. Listen, they been over there. We've been over here. We didn't come from over there to over here. You got two kinds of FBAs. The one that's saying we landed on Plymouth Rock and ones that's saying we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Let's go to the next callers. I'm one of the FBAs that's saying Plymouth Rock landed on me, man. What you talking about? My people never landed on Plymouth Rock. Let's get Chief. Let's get the Chief on. Chief, we can hear your mic, man.
What's good?
What's good, bro? If you got the YouTube going, mute
Oh
it so
yeah,
they
let me
don't
turn
hear.
it off. Yeah,
Yeah, because
I
I
got you.
got a feeling you about to cook, man. I'm gonna mute up and I'm gonna let you go and give us some knowledge on this topic, man, because it's a lot. We
Yeah,
got to clear a lot of
yes,
craziness up.
sir. Last time I was on your channel, bro, Sanchez, it was chaotic with chaotic Bobby and all that. Sister Bethy was there, but I was trying to touch on the subject that time and teach something to my people as well as the Black Americans as well. I don't like to use the term black because I know what it is, but for lack of better words, um, the thing I want to touch on first thing I wanted to correct Mr. Ditso because he was wrong about the Peruvians being there first before the Olmecs because I've watched plenty of documentaries where the Peruvian people themselves are stating that they inherited everything from the Olmecs. Okay, that's the first thing I wanted to say. Okay, now there's many books, there's a lot of documents that state that the Olmecs were possibly the first or one of the first civilizations there. But anyways, back to what I wanted to talk about was I wanted to touch on the subject of the whole FBA thing and the whole tether thing. I'm a Latino. Um, I do have Black roots through my grandmother, through the Haitian people. But I do want to explain something. I don't have beef with FBA. I don't have beef with being a tether. I don't mind being called a tether. Call me a tether. Call me whatever you want. Fine, I'm a tether. And this is why I don't have no problem with being a tether. Is because I know my roots. Okay. I know I'm a tether because I'm a remnant of the Black people of the Americas, okay, of the indigenous people. That also makes me indigenous, an indigenous person of the Americas. I just want to touch on the fact that
I'm not gonna cut you off no more. I just want to say something.
mhm.
You not being a foundational Black American don't make you a tether. You not being a foundational Black American and working against foundational Black Americans while benefiting from us make you a tether. So you don't have to be a foundational Black American. We will actually bring you into the fold because you a real one. It's just the people that undermine us are the tethers. That
No,
don't necessarily.
I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that.
You
Yeah, I
you
agree with
got it.
that. I agree with that. But what I want to touch on is which is I agree with that. I'm not really saying that, but what I really wanted to say was what I really am trying to say is that um that um you had mentioned something earlier when you were talking to Ditso, and you had stated that you believe there were other groups as well besides the Blacks of the Americas. Um, and I just want to touch on the fact that on the base of that the we have to understand that before all the borders and before there was all these categorizations of people and all that stuff, um, we were all a big people. I'm not including all the people from over there. I'm talking about the islands of the Americas. That's what we call the Caribbean islands today. South America, Canada, and of course the United States. The United States being the mainland, of course. Um, my grandmother had mentioned something to me years ago, and it stayed with me. And I started to really to in about 2015 I started doing my research on it because that stuck with me. My grandmother had told me that we the Puerto Ricans, Haitians, were family to the Seminole Indians of Florida. And I was like, wow. So when I started doing my research, I started digging into this hole, and I started um getting into documents that I started reading documents that stated that we, the Puerto Ricans, which are not Puerto Ricans, we're not even Tainos, we're Arawak Incas. But anyways, um, we we were a family and we made trade and we actually married into um many tribes into the Americas, and that included the Seminole Indians, and that we were actually family to many of the tribes of Florida. We just lived in Puerto Rico, you know what I mean, at the time, and how we traded back and forth. We married into, um, you know, different tribes into, you know, with people of the Americas, of the United States. Let me be more specific. So, you know, there's a lot of people, there's a big misconception about this. This is why I say I don't mind. We're tethered because we're what we call the mestizos, the Latinos. If you look into like Haiti have more of the darker skin, and you go to Jamaica, more of the darker people. That's because there wasn't as many of the mixes between the Spaniard people into these islands. You see what I'm saying? Like there was the mixing into Cuba and island of Puerto Rico, and even into the lands of South America. So yeah, Sister Betty was correct. She was 1,000% correct on what she was saying. I agree with her 1,000%. I
Yeah,
also agree with you.
Sister Betty is very
Yeah,
sharp, and I'll
she
tell you
bodied
this:
them. She really did
she
body them.
really
So,
bothered them. She's
mhm.
a real OG in this community, and
So
and
yeah.
I'm gonna say this though: when it, in my opinion, and I can be wrong, you know, y'all the experts at this, so I'm humbled in this. What I
Mhm.
say is like, I don't really, something about the mixed theory get me. A lot of people say, well, Sanchez, you feel that way because you're a swirler and all that. It's not none of that. It's really simply a scientific observation. I'm
Mhm.
saying the people we calling Olmecs, Tainos, Puerto Ricans, Haitians,
Mhm.
all these different people, way before this so-called small hat, this invader came
Mhm.
onto the scene,
Mhm.
we was already interconnected, hollering at each
Yes,
other,
that's
dealing with each
exactly what
other
I'm
and all
saying.
that. Yeah,
That's
okay, yeah.
that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That yeah, you're right. You know, that's exactly what I'm saying. And see, I have a problem with my own people. You know, because I'm trying to teach them that even the originals, the indigenous people of Puerto Rico, and you'll see a lot of these people in Puerto Rico. If you ever travel to Puerto Rico, you'll see the dark skinned people. They're still there. They've always been there. They never left. You get what
But
I'm
see,
saying?
my
So a lot of
one thing I'll say: the
mhm,
dark skin, the light skin, like my color, and see, even you're lighter than me.
mhm,
You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? You would be what they consider like the red man, or like
mhm.
red, and I would be like more orange. But my
Yeah.
thing is, I believe all of these shades, from jet black to yo shit to even Drake type complexion, was here before the mixing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I agree with that, but the it gets deeper than what I, you know. I don't really want to take too much time because I really would like to sit down with you one day and
Yeah, we
really get
got to do it.
yeah, because I can really get deep with it because I agree with you, but I would need to sit down with you one day, and I would if you don't mind, can I email you my number and
Yeah, man,
information?
because listen, one thing I'm about to do now, because look how many people tuning into this, because it's a lot of people know that this is an elephant in the room. You got the FBA thing needs to go deeper to just a political reparations conversation into who really the foundation of Black Americans is, because
Mm-hmm.
Tariq ain't really teaching that part. Tariq Nasheed not teaching that. And we can't expect him to do everything. He's just doing the reparations political stuff. Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because this is what I agree with FBA and I agree with the whole tether thing. Like this is what I'm saying because there's certain people that can't be categorized as tethers because they're not family to this is why I said that because they're not family to the foundational Black Americans. You see what I'm saying? I'm a family member to you. It's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I know
We're
what you're saying.
you
Yep.
see? So um with that said, he's being divisive when he teaches what he's teaching because he's actually teaching it as though the Latinos of the Americas, because you don't really see no Latinos outside of America, or the islands or South America or anything. You see what I'm saying? You're not going to Africa and seeing Latinos over there and stuff like that. You feel me? But anyways, it's because he's saying it as though we're outsiders. You see what I'm saying? We're not outsiders. I'd rather be called a tether than an outsider. You see what I'm saying? If I know for a fact that I'm family to the people of the Americas, of the United States, if my grandmother told me that the Taino Arawak Inca Indians are family to the Seminole Indians and the
Mhm.
Tamaraquan Indians, when I looked up the research, it says the same thing my grandmother says. I'm gonna believe my grandmother. You see what I'm
Most
saying?
damn definitely we are.
Mm-hmm.
And you know I'm gonna believe them over the Chatterman skulls and
Exactly.
all that old
Exactly. I'm
crap.
gonna believe it over all that
All that, yeah.
because that it came from my grandmother. I'm gonna my head, I get goosebumps. So I'm getting goosebumps right now talking about this, and I'm glad we had this conversation. I've been dying to have this conversation with you.
Man, listen, let me tell you something what's crazy, what I just thought about, brother. There's a brother named 432 Drop, right? He's a
Yo, that's
flatter.
my guy. That's my
Let, let,
guy, yo.
let me tell I'm gonna reach out to him to do a show because
Yes, please. And you know another person that's with. I'm sorry, I
go.
don't
You
want to
know,
cut
no,
you
no, no,
off.
no, no, no. Tell me before you
Another
forget. Go ahead.
person that's with him, and this is where I learned a lot of stuff from, including Drop,
Yeah.
is a person that's with his team is Kurimel Ahua. I don't know if you're familiar with him, bro. Between him and Drop, bro, they have so much knowledge on indigenous stuff, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And we a lot of people need
Let me
to
tell you.
know about these guys, man, for real.
Let me tell you what the deepest thing that Con Drop 432 Drop teaches, and it aligns with a theory that I had long time ago. And I never heard nobody else say this besides me, but him. But the reason how I know he didn't hear it from me, because he went more in detail with it than what I did. And when
Mm-hmm.
I brought it up, I was saying, look, what if America was really like the birthplace of civilization and not Egypt and all that? But and then
Oh my God,
he
bro.
took that and ran with it, right? I heard him say Utah is Judah. The real Judah
Yes,
is
yeah,
Utah.
bro.
And then they talk about how when you read about the biblical Judah, it don't even match the geographic Judah. It matched more of Utah in America. And when I saw that and was looking at his lecture, I was like, did he breaking this down? Like, Utah. And then if you look at how all the religions is in Utah and stuff, and they got the religions and Mormonism, you see, bro, yeah, it's a lot. And
Just
yeah,
give me 2 more minutes, bro.
man,
Sanchez.
take your time.
Listen.
We
Oh
gotta
my
give them
God,
this knowledge, bro.
you said that. You saying that right? I was watching one of these reaction videos, and I seen this one story where this guy was breaking this down. This story about these 3 young men, white kids, that went to Egypt, right? And I think this happened in 2014. They went into the pyramid, right? I guess it's the Great Pyramid. I don't know, one of the pyramids. And when they started scraping into the surface of the walls, um, they they found out that it was plaster and sheetrock. And these kids been locked up since 2014, bro, Sanchez. Now,
Mm,
from my research, I've done research on this. That is a replica of the actual pyramids that were in Arizona and Grand Canyon. Those are replicas, bro, Sanchez. And then I seen a documentary years back where they were stating that they messed up that one pyramid of Egypt, the Great Pyramid, that it was messed up. If you look at it from the top, there's 8 sides because they somehow didn't get the golden ratio right, and it's split down the middle. Okay, now that sounded crazy to me because our ancestors wouldn't have gotten that wrong. You see what I'm saying? So uh I think we need to start rethinking where Egypt and all these places they're calling
mm-hmm.
Israel and all these
Well,
places.
listen,
Yeah.
you know another brother that they showing love to in the chat. the brother Oob TV.
Oh yeah,
And because
UBTV.
yeah,
Oh.
you bringing in some facts too. Let me tell
That's
you.
Uriah Brandon, man. I know about him.
It's a lot of brothers in the community that I'm gonna interview. I've interviewed big people here. I interviewed Sophia Stewart, Eric Dollar, you name it, and I'm gonna get more brothers on here. So I've enhanced the platform to set that up to make it to where more people would wanna come over.
I
So yeah,
thank you for your time, bro. Sanchez, I'm gonna leave my phone.
thank
I
you.
need to get more in depth about how these races got all intertwined and all that. Because I feel like if we do it, behind the scenes, you'll
Mm-hmm.
get a better understanding of what I'm trying to say. Because I really don't want to cause division. You know what I mean? I know
You
people
know
might
what's
take what
finna happen, bro? I'm finna start showing all these brothers love, like Drop, Oob,
Uriah
what's
Brandon,
the
UBTV,
because
bro.
guess what, bro? Listen, man,
Yeah.
listen. The world getting crazy, Chief. Man, it's a
Yes.
lot of stuff going on, and it's time for brothers to really build a freaking.
Right.
It's time, bro, because instead of everybody being in you can be in your own island, but all of us need to know you can come holler at me. I can come like we need to
Yes.
start now,
We need
because
tribe up.
guess
We need to tribe
right
up.
try, but because
Tribe
guess
up.
what?
Yes.
People come in my chat room and they mention a bunch of different brothers' names. And what they don't know is I'm sub to these brothers too, and I've been watching these brothers too. I've been around the community too. I know a lot of these
I believe it.
brothers as
Yep.
well. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is I'm gonna get off of my little echo chamber high horse, and I'm gonna be the one to reach out first to these brothers so I can bring y'all some good content to where I interviewed the Asir, the Duke of Tears, a couple of
Oh,
people, man.
he's
Yeah.
amazing. He's a real one. He's a
Yeah.
real Moor. I'm gonna tell you right now. He's
Yeah.
a true Moor. By the way, before I leave, I was the one that sent you those photos, not to bring them up about Jaren. That remember the I was the one that sent you those photos about how the globe with all those little pockets on it and all that. I was the one that sent you that. There's a reason why I sent you that. So hopefully you'll drop something on that one
Hold
day.
up, hold up. Hey, do me a favor, man. Please, if you can, like, just resend it to me now, and I'm gonna
Yes.
check it tonight.
Okay, I will. I'll send it with my number and everything. So
And I'm gonna lock you in and shit. Hell
yes,
yeah.
please, because I really want to talk about this whole race thing. Because we were all here, white, black. It doesn't matter. It's all here. But I want to get more in depth about it so you could get more of a clear view of what I was trying to say earlier. But anyways, thank you, bro Sanchez. I appreciate your time, man. You're a great one. You're a real one, and man, continue doing what you're doing, man. You're opening a lot of people's ears and hearts to this knowledge, man. Thank you, man.
Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate that.
Blessings. Mm-hmm.
So, guys, what I'll say, and I got other people in the waiting room. Listen, people, hold on. Let me let y'all hear my dog scratching. Hold on. Listen, check this out. What we're gonna do, right? We got people in the waiting room. This is what we're gonna do, right? Do y'all want to keep the show going for a minute? We're 2 hours in. Y'all want to keep the show going for a minute because I'm getting a lot out of this one. We had Sister Betty come on with Jules, Chief drop Jules. Now the Peruvian guy that was on earlier, it might have not ended all peaches and cream, but we appreciate you for coming too, and it ain't no hard feelings or no love lost, but we ain't gonna just, stand for no bull crap, and we should be able to. I learned something today because a lot of people in my chat room was like, Brother Sanchez, that's how a lot of these other groups are. They don't want to learn that from a brother. And y'all know me, I'm very kumbaya. I want to unite with everybody. When stuff like that happens, it really, it checks me on that. And it's like, I'm still going to be universal. I'm going to love everybody, even with him doing that. Because he's not the representative for all Peruvian people. It's people all around the world that support me And even though, you know, black people, you're right. Like a lot of cultures don't feel right learning from our group because, and y'all gonna hate me for what I'm about to say. You gonna think I'm cooning. Don't be mad at them because America teaches them that we ignorant and dumb. So you heard what he said. You don't trust science. He trusts American science. The same science that teaches them black people are the most ignorant. So, yeah, you can be mad at these people and be like, yeah, man, they ain't gonna learn that from a black man, even if you know more than them, because you're a black man. But America is putting that out there and making them like that. And I just got a taste of that tonight. And I'm gonna tell you right now, it don't taste good. Because I'm like, damn, like I'm really showing you something that you don't know and you see it as a like an insult, but I just let you school me on something. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah. I needed that though. I needed that. Thank you for joining.
Oh man, a long time. I've been listening to you like from back in the day. Um, but I was listening to that dude you had on there make his argument,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to blow it all up.
Mm-hmm.
Just type in
Please
the
do.
YouTube.
Hey, Marlon, unmute your mic. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining.
Oh,
Oh, I
cut
gotta
your
turn
cut
this
your
off.
YouTube off. There you go, and blow it up,
Yeah.
bro. And who else want to call in and blow it up, bro? For sure.
Uh, type in your YouTube search bar.
Uh-huh.
Tribe never seen a white man.
Tribe never seen a white man. Oh, I like that. There, that title is crazy. Are you serious?
No, it's just me. It's gonna come up. Primitive
Oh,
man meets modern man for the first
okay.
time. But that's just what I
Tribe.
typed in to get that.
That's crazy. Tribe. Let me see.
Tribe never seen a white man.
Nah, that's crazy.
And watch what come up.
It's a 14-minute joint, huh?
Yeah.
I'm gonna share it with you too. And I'm gonna have to check this out. That's crazy. Are you
What you really
serious?
gonna trip on, it lands right where you was arguing at when you put the map up of the three America or Turtle Island.
Yeah.
Where you think these people at?
Where are they on this? Where are they now? With a tribe that never seen white people? Where the hell they at?
Move in closer and take a look at these people. Now look at
Wow.
them.
Wow.
And look at them seeing the white man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay, now if you put a three-piece suit on him and walked him down
Come on.
any street in New York, where would he be?
Yeah, man. This is crazy.
I mean, this ends that dude. It blows up so many narratives because they're in the middle of the Amazon.
Wow.
How they get there on the bus?
Hold up, bro. Wait a minute. A tribe that never saw whites before, right there in the Amazon.
What year is this? This is 1998.
Come on, man. Hold up,
This ain't
Boosie.
1600.
This right here blows it out the water. That man
It blows
said,
up everything.
yes, it does. Come on now. Okay, and it blows that map up too. So this goes back to what I was saying, fam. Listen to me,
Drop a
people.
bomb, man. Drop
Drop
a
a
bomb on
bomb. Because guess what? This is
Where
so
Becky at?
powerful. You know why this powerful? And I'm going to be quiet, Marlon. I'm going to let you teach me some more. This is dope because this actually debunked science's map too. The map that both of us was
Yes.
agreeing with.
Yes. The narrative is gone, just by looking at this.
Because if you saying it's a tribe in the Amazon and they never saw white people, that mean Columbus couldn't have did much. So this make me rethink. Somebody
rethink
said earlier,
everything.
yeah, because somebody said Columbus is a hoax. Said Columbus wasn't even real.
Now, he
Because
probably wasn't.
because think about it, how the hell he missed this tribe, but he went to Peru and everywhere else.
Right.
See,
it just means that we've
it,
been everywhere already.
and it also
This,
means we got a lot of learning to do, and we've been here.
yes, if you watch this video from beginning to end, you kind of see what happened when Columbus did show up, if he was
Mm,
real. They made the same mistake. They had their bows, they had their arrows, but they were so curious, they let them come in and take advantage of them instead of just opening fire with them arrows. That's the same mistake that everybody else made.
yeah.
They should have opened fire with them arrows.
And the only thing somebody can say to go against this is this staged. It ain't real. But guess what,
Right.
bro? It's hard to stage this, bro. This
It's hard to
13,
fake that.
yeah. This 13. I mean, it's hard. Like, you're gonna go in there and train the tribe first and get them in on it.
I'm just saying.
Yep, right, like
Exactly.
right.
So, it lets you know that we was that you can't really say a phenotype is from one area on the planet.
Now, one of my
Only.
channel members said Columbus was real. They just exaggerated how far inland he went. Now, that's what I want to talk about with you too, Marlon, because either Columbus wasn't real or, like they always do, they exaggerated the hell out of his voyages and expeditions. Because
Right.
we do know that during the age of exploration, every man was wanted to be the one to say, I went and discovered it all. And they would exaggerate,
Well, as far as we're concerned, all you got to do is go back to our indoctrination. With the Walter Plecker and the W.E.D. Du Bois and all of that, the educational system. I mean, yeah, they would enslave us, but they wouldn't lie to us. You kind of got to think, you got to take a different mindset. Nothing is really as they stated it because they colonizing. They want all the land. So if they could displace you through Darwinism or some other concept that makes you tie yourself to a land on the other side of the ocean, it makes it easier for them to take the land you standing on.
Yeah, man. Listen, hey, people keep saying play the video. Guess what? I'm
Well,
gonna put this. Listen,
if you can,
I'm gonna do them better than that. I'm gonna put this video and pin it in the description area and at the top of the comments when the stream over, so people can go
okay,
watch it. Because if I play it in this channel, if they want all of some people be really petty
right,
with
yeah,
they
that's
little,
what I was saying. Just the images,
But
just
that's
seeing
all
it.
we need right here, though. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
enough. But
but
the
if you
fact
watch it
that,
on your
yeah,
own, you will see through the whole video that he goes in, introduces himself to the tribe. He goes all through. I mean, their culture and they live in that old,
now, Marlon,
off the land.
Marlon, let me ask you
Yeah,
something, bro. What
yeah.
made you start getting interested and want to know the truth about what? Because I'm a flat earther too, but people think I'm
You
just
made
a.
me a flat earther.
But see, this is what I'm telling them, Marlon. We ain't just flat earthers. We people that just seeking the truth and everything they lied about. Like
Exactly.
right now, you
Exactly.
schooling me on something right now that ain't even about flat earth, about who I am. You know what I'm saying?
Right. What happened to me, I'll tell you a short story. Remember them the medallions, the little leather medallion with the cutout red, black, and green Africa in them?
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah.
So we back in the 90s. I'm wearing it. I walk up on my father. My father like 87, 88 now. But he started chuckling when he looked down at my little medallion, right? I was quite proud of it. I said, I'm black and I'm proud. And he's laughing. And he chuckled, and that old school chuckle,
Yeah.
when your parents think you being silly.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "What's so funny?" He said, "You ain't from Africa." I said, "What?" He said, "You ain't
Mm.
from Africa. That's just what they want to take from you. You Native American."
Hey, Marlon.
Now, when your
No, no,
ancestors
finish.
tell you
This is
that,
deep.
you kind of go, really? Because
Yeah.
you all the civil rights movies, everybody told you was brought here on a
Right.
boat.
Yep.
But Dan Calloway made me think again, because I'm just taking pieces from everybody. And every picture of us coming on a boat is a drawing. And they had cameras back then. The cameras was built in or invented in the 1800s. So why ain't there no photos of us? When they show them ships coming in, they full of white people.
And you know what's so crazy? I did a whole show on that. The only time you can find a bunch of group of people coming over here on ships, it was them small hats.
Exactly.
And you know what's so crazy about your story, Marlon? What make this stream a classic? Because check this out, everybody listen and like and share the video. It reminds me when I was a young boy. You wore that African medallion, right? When I was a young boy, we used to buy dashikis and little African
Yes,
outfits and
sir.
stuff. And now here go the kicker though. We bought them from Africans that came over here just recently. Now
Yeah.
listen, if we were Africans that came over here on ships, why were we buying the dress code of Africans from Africans?
Yeah. Oh man. I mean, there's a lot of things that convinced me. Even how they took our face off the NFL.
Because the doggone Africans didn't have no feathers in their head.
No. And the thing is the Washington Redskins is now the Washington Commanders.
Oh,
right?
yeah. And they bringing it back now or some crap. That's a,
Well, yeah, because I mean, it only makes sense because it's like, if you don't want to offend the Indian, you got to change half the teams in the NFL.
Thank you. It's so
The Indians
stupid.
don't want to see no Raiders.
And you know
The
what's
Indians
so
don't
deep?
want to see no Buccaneers.
Now the
The Indians
Washington,
don't want to see no Patriots. They took their country.
that's
So if you
facts
don't want to
though.
offend the Indian, you don't want to see no Cowboys.
Yeah. Because you know the Redskins sell a lot of merch from people who don't even live in Washington just because of the indigenous thing.
Yeah.
It's a hockey team like that too. They got that brown Indian for their logo, and I like this joint too. But see, the thing
Right.
about the Redskin is they didn't say brown skin or copper colored. They were specific. There's really a group of Redskin Indians. My great grandma had the Redskin. Hey, you know
For
what
real,
they
for real.
call it? Ain't that's mahogany? Ain't that's what they said, mahogany?
Yeah, because like I took a walk on the beach, and then by the end of the day, I'm a dark skinned person, but I was red from the sun.
Yeah, and they talking about like the red man, white people get mad, they turn red. No, the real red man, and what's crazy about it, we got red dirt in the South. See, this is my thing about the red skin. The red skin Indian is also the Florida Seminoles logo because
Right.
the Seminoles were red skin Indians. And if you look at the Florida Seminoles burgundy uniform color, that was the color of their skin, just like the Washington Redskins. They the same
For real.
color of the Florida Seminoles.
And I think that the awakening, the people like Dane and the people like Sister Betty and
Hey,
the
listen, let me say
awakening
this before you
I
do
think
that.
that's why they took it off.
Because I gotta give props where props due. Sanchez wouldn't know about this Aboriginal. Like, I was a Pan African. Everybody know that. But when
Oh,
I
we all
came
were.
in
I
contact
just
with,
yeah.
Dane Calloway and them, all Aboriginals and them woke me up too. Yeah. But yeah, you got it.
And
I had to let
yeah,
that be known,
it just started to become like a question everything, and don't try to look at everything through race, look at it through chronological logic,
Mm-hmm.
and it just, if you look at what's been happening, you start to look in places you wouldn't look before. And I don't know, I stumbled on this video, it's been a while, it might be a couple years now. But when people would start that argument, I just show them this, and they don't have no explanation.
Yeah.
See, because they came on two fronts. The Latino came Where and I mean the Spaniard landed where in Mexico, right? Before it was Mexico, and they landed on the other side, the European, on in North America. So
Okay.
you got to think about maybe the conquistadors. They landed in California.
And you know what's crazy, man? They try to, like, my whole thing about the conquistadors is, Spanish conquerors.
Right.
Uh who Now this probably be off topic. We know the European invaders was working with the papacy. Oh, I know now. The Spanish conquerors was working with the church too, because they had the Catholicism, and the
Right.
Columbus and them had like the King James version of the crap. Yeah, because that's why they still do the rosary beads and stuff now.
Yeah. The
Yeah,
religious part goes deep too. I mean, on that, you looking like a lot of people think they're looking at different people, but they're looking at the same people. When you start
yeah.
talking about them Jays, they are the Nazis. Who are the Nazis? NASA.
Mm-hmm.
They brought them over. That's NASA. Jays, who is the victims, is the same people, but they running all the acronyms. They running all the networks. You see what I'm saying? They're all
Yeah,
the same people when you really think about it. The Nazis and the Jays, they're all the same people. I don't want to say nothing that mess the channel up, but they're all the same
yeah.
people.
You got a good coded language going there to protect us. We know what
Okay,
you
okay.
saying. Yeah,
They're
but
all the same people though. Just the only thing that separated them is what they believe. So they adopt a religion that's, from the Middle East. They call it the Middle East, but we know we're talking about Kemet or Pan African, right? When you start talking about where all that religion came.
yeah,
But that, like Kurume say, the old world is probably over here because the pyramids over here, they ain't even found them all. And they hid the ones on this continent. They
yeah.
call them burial mounds.
What's good, Carly? Shout out to everybody. Check this out. Somebody put in the chat room, Tariq don't like Dame. And I'm gonna tell you something. Tariq not liking Dame make me seem like he's sus or some kind of agent. Because
Mm-hmm.
and I don't like
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to take sides, but if it's coming down to Tariq or Dane, I'm going with Dane all day, because uh he got more to offer knowledge. Why, like, Tariq is just fighting for reparations. We ain't gonna get that no way. But my whole
And
thing, like, yeah, like,
Dane is a true
that's
teacher, though.
sus. Like, how? Because to me, you should be trying to work with Dane. Like, and that's why a lot of people were saying FBA is divisive. It is in a way, because everybody ain't a teller just because they ain't FBA. We got some
Mm.
FBAs that's boule bootlickers that's worse than the Africans and the immigrants, and they born here just like us. So, like, my whole thing is they making it like it's cut and dried and it's taking off. The young folks picking up on it. They think it's cool to just joke on people from the islands and Africans and stuff. And really, bro, we need to be trying to unite with everybody that know who the common enemy is. We don't gotta
It's
agree
deeper.
on nothing else.
I think it's even deeper than that. I'm thinking that it's on a level where you should be thinking your economic status. You need to be voting your interest. I don't care what color you is. We get all stuck on this color thing, and really, it's rich versus poor right now more
That's
than
what it
ever
is,
before.
true.
It is your economic standing right now because right now everybody with a job, everybody with a good career, they all poor folks compared to the billionaires that's now running this show. These
I'm
billionaires running
just,
this
I'm
show.
just, but I'm just saying, though, man, it's too much division right now, and it is. and everything, the way the world going, we finna be, bro. If the way the world going with Trump and these neo Nazis in office, it don't matter about skin color. It don't matter
Not
about
at
no
all.
tether stuff, bro. It matter right when shit pop off. Guess what? It's gonna matter. It's gonna be us versus machines and AI bots, bro. And it's already
For real.
starting out. And I'm just trying to get people
For
with
real.
the basic stuff because listen, if we gonna unite, the people got to realize black people been going through an identity crisis. They trying to galvanize themselves as an individual unit, and that is to benefit them in a situation that's getting very crazy in America. Other groups can't interfere with that because they already galvanized. That's
Right.
what I
Look,
was. It goes into
we
the
so far.
whole. Yeah, that's why I said salutes to Lord Jamar too for the hip hop thing because even though really like it's deeper than hip hop, I don't even think we should be that much invested in hip hop because we don't really own none of the assets to that industry. You know,
Right.
but
We
yeah.
as a people are still trying to find our own identity because that's
Mhm.
been removed. So, but I think that it's everybody should be looking at at all people as a group, not Democrats or Republicans no more. It's
Bro, this
everybody
this
should.
Democrat Republican thing is a whole nother stream we got to do on how that divided us in a it's just so many ways we divided, bro.
Well, you got to look at it as APAC, which is them Jays again,
Mm-hmm.
is buying all the lobbies, right? They 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 support the campaigns of the Republicans and the Democrats. So it don't matter who win, they win. Because that whole thing going on over there right now where they're colonizing, the Democrats have been running that. Now they think when Trump get here, it's gonna end. No, that project gonna continue.
You think so? Let me ask you something. What ways are Trump gonna help us, and what ways are he gonna hurt us? And is he gonna hurt us more than he help us, or vice versa?
Oh, way more. Just look at what he done.
Yeah.
He given Elon what was it, $500 billion
He
to
and
take
basically
space.
Elon
To,
own him for real, and they keep
well,
saying Trump ain't for sale. Yeah,
and then and as soon as he got the news, he lost it and started throwing up the Nazi. Did you see that?
I got a show coming up, and the Black Trump supporters got a lot of explaining to do. And I'm gonna tell you
Oh,
something right now. The
there's going to
black,
be
uh huh.
Sanchez. There's going to be a huge buyer's remorse. Even the MAGA's going to be crying, like Bob Marley said. Rich and poor, they start to cry. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Now the weak must get strong.
You've been
You know,
seeing the
because
videos about even some of the MAGA people with regretting some of the stuff Trump doing.
buyer's
Yeah.
remorse, because they, like I said, it's an
Yep. You right.
economic. You should be voting your economic position. It's a conflict of interest to elect a billionaire to take care of the people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's a conflict of interest.
Now,
He never should have been president before because all
now,
he interested in is the money, not the people. He cut the Medicaid budget, the federal Medicaid budget. He tried to turn it off.
and
That
and
is,
and, and we got and let me just plug this in. We got a lot of news to bring up too, guys, but the main topic was what you see on the table as far as black Americans. Who the hell are we? And we're gonna answer that tonight. We've been doing it. A lot of people came up here. Before I move forward, I want to acknowledge some supporters. And let me give a shout out to Wet Flits. Thank you for the super chat. Let me give a shout out to JM. He said if you were white, he would have said, "Si, senor." Yeah, man. Because that's why he said you don't agree with science. That's really you don't agree with white folks.
oh
And this ain't
yeah,
even racist to say. Even white folks know that black folks don't dumb it. Like when you think of all of the Isaac Newtons, the doggone Galileo, all of the So that's why I say it ain't about skin color. Cause look, I got so many followers of all different nationalities and skin tones. You know what? One thing they got in common, they know who the enemy is. Now, when the rest
Right.
of the world get like that, these people in power gonna be shitting bricks. A whole
And
lot of
people
my
got to
people. Yeah.
just imagine this. Just imagine this. You know who Jill Stein is?
Nah, school me on that.
Jill Stein was running for president, and she had a black vice president. She says she don't need no reparations, study. She just need to institute it. Now, can you imagine how many people would have voted for her if she had APAC support of us? It would have probably been all of us.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
How
when you have,
Kamala got more support than her?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Kamala got eight. She's married in. Kamala's married into the J's family.
I'm just pointing that out. Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
so
Like Trump
so
said, I love Jews. Most of my family's married to Jews, and we know Kamala married to one. We can my thing is, hey, I don't hate no group. And I don't promote no form of that on this channel and all that just for the algorithm, so you can know that, right? This channel will have
yeah,
mild profanity because we're a comedy channel, parody channel too. So
yeah.
go
Don't
ahead.
get me
Y'all got it.
wrong. I ain't throwing out hate. I'm just throwing out the truth.
No, this nothing but the truth though.
I just want people to know that they run the feds,
Mm-hmm.
they run the media, they own all the football teams, they own all the basketball teams, they own the Republicans, the Democrats, they own the CIA, they own our money. What, the feds? They run all that. They 2% of the population.
Now, and guess what's
And think
crazy?
about that.
Guess what's crazy though? You know, a lot of people is looking at what Trump doing to the
Hmm.
medical industry. Trump
Yeah,
is doing a lot, man. People, you know how we say, man, you doing too much. Trump
he's
got
doing way too
in
much.
and he's fucking doing. Listen, now, if somebody can make what, you know, if they can make all that make sense, because black folks is like, bro, I even saw black Trump people like, man, you know, I hope he really gonna, you know, they gonna be more optimistic than the rest of us and stuff. But no, salutes
Yeah,
to everybody on the call. We got a lot of people. I was chopping it up with Marlon, but the round table is open. We got people that haven't spoke. So listen, Marlon, let's let these guys introduce themselves one at a time and come into our bill. And yeah, the round table is open. This should be interesting. Who would like to go
yes,
first?
sir.
Shout out to J-Mo, Renegade, Jedi,
Going on.
Adolphus. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
salute.
Yeah, I was just reading the
Everybody.
title. It say Tariq and Seti wrong. Uh,
Yeah.
as far as like, I'm gonna jump around a little bit, but I keep hearing us say stuff like we don't trust science. Well, the thing is, we don't trust pseudoscience. We trust real, provable science that could be verified through the scientific method. That's
Well,
science.
well, let me
But
let me let me
pseudoscience,
interject real quick to that statement. No form of science requires trust. Listen, let me show you some. Science is based on facts. 2 + 2 is 4, right? I don't gotta trust that
right?
it's 4. I know it's 4. So listen, you can say we shouldn't trust science or we should trust science, but the truth is that science don't give a crap whether you trust it or not. It gives a crap whether you can disprove it or not. So trust shouldn't even belong in the conversation with science. Whether you no one should say we should trust science or we shouldn't. We should say we should verify science.
Right.
Trust
And
the
so what I
method.
was saying was, and so to piggyback off what you're saying, what I'm saying is science is what can be proven and verified. If
Yeah,
it can't be proven and verified through the scientific method, it's
there we
pseudo.
go. I'm with you on that,
You see what
J-Mo.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when we say we'll say something like oh no, that we don't trust the science. No, we 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 know that science is what can be verified through the scientific method.
Watch
And if
this,
it's
right,
not that,
J-Mo.
then it's pseudo.
I'm finna show you why I agree with you, right? If science say because you got a lot of racist scientists who eugenicists, they don't like our people. They will say, well, science says that people with this skin color and who live in these environments are have a lesser IQ or something. They're eugenicists. Now, we would debate them because we know why. You can't trust science. You got to put science to the test, because if we was just left it up to trust, then we would be thinking so horrible about ourselves as a people, because it's a lot of racist people with degrees that will use their degree, even though, yeah, we want to say, okay, these scientists ain't got no reason to lie. That's a good thing why science ain't based upon trust. That way can't nobody deceive you if you verifying as you should do your due diligence with science, if you dealing scientifically. So if a racist scientist want to say, well, yeah, this particular medicine that we came up with, we should give it to this group of people because science says that this group of people need the medicine the most because they got the lowest IQ. And if I say, how you know they got the lowest IQ? Because science, boom, 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 your experts, boom. So we do know that the Tuskegee Airmen were a victim of scientific practices that were racist, and it messed them up. It's going on in Africa too. So that's why we don't want to trust science, and that's why whenever a science,
I see what you're saying now. Now I see
you want to
exactly where you're
prove it.
coming from.
We want to back up everything.
But
I got you. I see your angle. I see exactly where you're coming
not
from.
only that, if I could interrupt, it's like we don't trust the database of all that information. So, like, if science, the verb science, like people across the world are applying the scientific method, then all the data from that goes into like a, like a respected so-called vetted base of information. But who controls that? You know what I'm saying? Because even within science, their top scientists sometimes have wars about the information. So it's like, and that's what we don't trust, because of course it's controlled by the colonists. You know what I'm saying? But
you guys want to know? You guys want to know what I don't trust? I don't trust Christopher Columbus' story being real at all. I think that's his story. And people that think that you can't put out that much information, AI can write and write and write and never stop writing. So we could have a bunch of stories based on Christopher Columbus that's all just written by AI. It ain't even real. That's what I think is.
And you know what's crazy?
Yeah, that ties to what I'm saying. Who controlled the base of the knowledge? His story, the control. You know what I mean?
Because they need the Christopher Columbus story to be real. But if you start questioning, it's like, it's almost mythology, man. It requires, like, if the transatlantic slave trade is bogus based upon the facts we point out, then really the Nina, Pina, and Santa Maria bogus too.
Yeah, and the name Columbus. There's a lot of symbology in Christopher Columbus, yo. I mean, I've already done the etymology on that shit. That's just all fake history, yo. That's as far as I'm concerned.
I'm right now, I'm gonna say I'm 50-50 on everything, and that's a good place to be, because they like, if you I'm kind of 75-25, because the idea of a wooden ship with nails. Hold on, let's talk about this elephant in the room again. Let's go back to the capabilities of moving. ChatGPT said 600 people. I weighed up the water, y'all. I killed them with the water gallons. You know what I'm saying? Because that's that's 90,000. Yeah, that's 90,000
like
gallons.
My thing is this: why do we choose to be victimized? You know what I mean? It's almost like it's like a badge of honor. Like, no, man, we had this. Like, I'd be like, nah, because I believe in something greater. Because number one, when we are called black and we call ourselves black, apparently we ain't talking about colors. Because my shirt black, my skin ain't black. So then you got to ask yourself, what do we call? What are they calling us then?
I hate when we get caught up on the
calling yourself?
Shit. You know what I'm saying?
You calling yourself dead in law?
You're calling yourself a status.
We shouldn't get caught up on the small shit,
the lowest status in the land. So what they did is they took advantage of our ignorance of law. They take advantage of our ignorance of law. They have us thinking that we speaking about hue of complexion when in reality we speaking about legal status. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
our ignorance
For
of law,
sure.
we've been brought up to believe that law, oh, that's lame, and man, that's very important because your understanding of law could set you free. You know what I'm saying? So our ignorance of law and word comprehension is being exploited on the highest level by people that we trust, that look like us, that
Right.
NAACP and all these people that keep us black and proud. You see what I'm saying?
Well, it keep you pointed
Yeah.
in the wrong
Then they could
direction.
spit that code right in our face and we don't even know.
The
Yeah.
direction
So
back
you
to the
shooting
trouble.
yourself up with the poison every time. You know,
Yeah.
legally, you killing yourself when you go into a courtroom talking about you black and demand justice. That's an oxymoron if you know law.
And you know what's crazy, man? That's why I said we call it FBA is taking off. And now I hate to sound like a hater, but let me just speak my mind because it's important. What if FBA is like a controlled opposition movement?
That's
Because
what I
look,
believe because it's too close to FBI.
and
Yo,
because
look, we
but
don't gotta get too
but
spooky on that.
okay,
Anything
okay, okay.
divisive, bro, is getting us from our where we need to be. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And I don't want to be too long-winded, but we're gonna have natural divisiveness, stuff that's just organic that we got to get over. Then you got this stuff they incorporating on us. So it's a lot of work to get over that
But you know what though?
divisiveness,
But
man.
you know what though?
I'm
I
saying
don't
But let
like
me
believe.
this
say this
though,
though.
right? My
Remember the
thing
op,
what
we
make
got
it what
one
make it
umbrella.
suspicious. Hold
Sorry,
one
Sanchez.
thing, and I'm up. This a one liner, and y'all got it. It should be FA, Foundational Americans.
Absolutely, absolutely. Take that B off of that. That's what.
Yeah,
And look, and I'm gonna say this. This what made me not trust Tariq because I know he's smart enough to know law and you know civics and you know what they got us calling ourselves and how we take ourselves out of bounds legally. So now you can legally be lynched. Yes, you can.
because
Yes, you
the
Well,
can.
no, all
Moors
the time.
been broke down that black joint.
I remember them having that argument recently, like in recent years, about lynching and should it be illegal. And that was it blew me away that there was even an argument.
As long as we got people that's crazy enough to call themselves black as a legal status and think and see you crazy you think they talking about color.
Because J Mo,
They
check it out.
not.
We
They
can't get
not.
reparations with the word black in there.
You can, exactly. That's why I say Tariq is the ops because by him putting that B in there, you separate. You done.
Joint.
No, it's about freedmen. That argument recently. We're no longer, in that status.
That's what I'm
Freed
saying.
men. They had a freedmen's bank, and it's already been co-opted. It's been taken.
As long as we got
Because you know what's so deep about it, bro? Whenever you talk about the dominant society, hold up a second. Watch this. We can't get reparations. Somebody got echo going, but check this out. This was so important with it. When you talk about the dominant society in America, they don't put white on it. It's just when you say American, you automatically think white man. So in order for you to specify, you say Black American, Chinese American, but the term white American, European American is so rarely used. It's like the word American by itself, by default, just means white America. They don't got to put the white on it. You got to put the black on it to specify yourself as a minority group within America. So, but what I'm saying is that right there is based on the out of Africa joint. So think about this. The minority ain't got a lot of power in America. But when y'all think about minority, you think about we ain't got a lot of people, power in numbers. That's a lie. Listen, the people who run the world, we deeper than them. The small hats, they less than 1% of the entire earth and they run everything, the small hats. So it ain't about who got how many numbers in population. It's who got much control over how much assets, resources, and all that. And because look, this small group of people got everybody's mind, and that's the most powerful resource besides gold, diamonds, water, and all that. Because check it out, as a man thinketh, so is he. And if most of the world up under some Abrahamic faith religion, you being controlled mentally by the small hats. And they just a small group of people, but they got everybody's mind, which is why they run the world governments, the government, right? They ain't gotta have a lot of people. They got a lot of zombies that'll fight for Zionism, that'll go out there and preach and because let me tell you what the small hats got. They own all of the TV companies, radio stations, and all that. So now they got all of the zombies under zombie programming. They got all of the churches, all of the mosques, all of the temples, all of the masons, everybody up under Abraham. This is a small group of people, but all they own is the religious texts, the TV stations, the radio stations, and because of that, they own the minds of most of the world. So you ain't just fighting this small group of people. You fighting your auntie, your nephew who ain't woke. You fighting the whole world that they mentally controlling through their indoctrination that you woke up from. So that makes them very powerful. That's why everybody in the world are bowing down to them, because why? People think that Germany lost the war in World War II. Guess what happened? Let me school y'all on something. The Germans threw the H dude under the bus, Spittler. They threw him under the bus. And they took
I was just
all
gonna
of
bring that up to you.
right. They threw
I got
him
a
under the
nugget for
bus.
you right quick.
Right. Look,
Have you listened to his speech in English?
Nah.
Listen to it in English. It'll be like looking in the mirror from what's going on now in
Yeah.
America to what was going on then,
Yeah,
and you will
because
understand that man.
Yeah.
Find a translation in English of the angry man speaking, because he's speaking German. We don't know what he's saying.
He
We
was
just
saying,
listening, and they could tell us he was saying mad
yo,
cow, you know, mad cow madness. But when you get that translation and listen to it, and then think about where you at now, right here.
no, I just wanted to interject because he was saying, like Sanchez talking about the small hats. He was
Uh
saying
huh.
small hats were taking over Germany, the ports, and buying out everything. And strategically, like back to what Sanchez was saying, what they do when they buy these resources is it's a strategic thing, man. It's almost like war.
Well, that's what I'm saying
Mhm.
now. That's what's in his speech. He was talking
Yeah,
about
man.
self-determination, that they done took over all of that. Just like right now, they done took over everything from us, the control of everything.
And,
The money,
and you
the
know how they
banks.
do
man,
it?
I know one thing. Go ahead.
And listen, I'm gonna show y'all how this small group of people have went around the world infiltrating world governments without shooting one bullet. This is how
Hmm.
they do it. They the thing about them, they are a religious priesthood. They created money. The whole concept of money and religion, taxation, systems of government, that literally come from the Bible and the earth. Let's put it this way: the church was the first system of government in the world. Before you had politicians and corporations, you had the church. That was the government a while back, long time ago. Church was government. People think the church ain't no longer government, but this is what the church did. See, because the church represent a group of private families that run the world as a collective. And in order for them to reveal their power to the masses and give the masses a set of rules that this elite group of families want y'all to follow, they don't just say, hey guys, we still in a dynastic age that we was in ancient Egypt when royal families rule the world, and this what they want y'all masses to do all around the world. They ain't gonna just come out and say that, because why? The world would rise up against that small group of families and take over. So what the small group of families did, they told the whole world God's will in the Bible, and they got the whole world acting out a script following the will of God in their own culture instead of this power exposing itself as a group of families. It's exposing itself as a group of faiths around the world that people going to believe in. And in all of these faiths, there's a chosen people that God chose for one purpose, to suffer and be at the bottom of society. And that's because that's God people who he loved, but they turned away. Who that sound like? Black people in America, right? Ain't that's what the Hebrews telling y'all in the Bible? That so my whole thing is that's manifest destiny. This is
That's
very
right.
deep, bro. It's manifest destiny because people are really around the world, all these religious people, they think they following the true Christ. They're following a Zionist agenda to take over the world. And that's why at the end of all of these revised Bibles, like the King James versions that the Masons use, it ends with Jesus building an earth kingdom on the earth. That's the kingdom of Zion. This is a Zionist agenda. And that's what that six-pointed star represent next to American flag. When them people are going to swear in on the Bible, they saying we're going to fulfill the prophecy of God. But the prophecy of God translates really to we going to do what the royal family's telling us to do. So it's a group of, you see, the point of what people may say, what's the point of it all, Sanchez? Here go the point. Government is a public entity, but that's an illusion you living in. They want everybody to think that we have a public government with rights and all that, when really the church still in charge and we still in a dynastic age where a royal group of dynasties is ruling the world. They don't want to tell the world that because we'll freak out. We'll rise up. But when you see your presidents go and put a yarmulke on and kiss that wall, and they right, you see that it ain't no right, that this is a private priesthood ruling the world. Right, go ahead.
When you see their flag, you don't see our flag.
See,
And I was watching a video of them interviewing the troops over there, and a whole lot of their troops ain't nothing but American people, just regular people, and they're over there, as if they're actual citizens. They more like dual citizens by volunteering to go over there. And Netanyahu himself, that's not really his real name.
Wow. What's his real name?
You have to you could Google it. I
didn't
think
even know that.
he's not born there. He's not.
I think all of these people operating under pseudonyms. Me personally.
But Netanyahu is a name he assumed when he got over there, just so he wouldn't sound so European.
Because
like
watch this, because Marlon, you know Trump ain't their real last name is Drumpf.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Y'all know that? Drumpf. And it's foreign.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Stage names.
What?
Just like all these actors, all of them.
Yo,
they got
when they
stage
came
names.
through
Like
Ellis
their
Island,
name.
they got to choose their names. Like they could just say
When they
what
came through Ellis Island, they stole our names. That's what I heard.
Yeah, they could use whatever they wanted.
Story was told in reverse. They say that we got their names the whole time. They got our names. They got the Johnsons, the Jacksons, the Williams. All that's us.
Fact.
They scorched the Vicks and Norch the Vicks and Picks the Vicks and all that.
Yeah,
That's what that is.
His father.
We Johnsons and Dixons and Washingtons. That depends. Like, come on, man. How many white Washingtons? Let's be honest. Be honest.
Change the names to protect
Come on,
the
man.
image.
Man, look, I'm under the belief that a lot of them world wars, right? Like the World War I, II, and all that, when they was sending our people from here to over there, they was killing us. We was getting put in gas chambers. And they was coming back with our dog tags and our names. And then they lied to the youth after they killed the elders and told them that, y'all got brought on boats. That's a lie.
I always thought that too, because the numbers seem
documented.
like it's more
That's
was
a
an
fucking lie, man. They came
extermination
over here
than
with
a
them
war.
dog tags and took them names and everything that come with it. They
Motherfucker,
had the names,
35 million
the whole identity gone.
So
That's what
Them
they
let
took.
me
Europeans came
just
over
do
here with
one
our
thing
names,
real
man.
quick. Let me
Them
do
people
one.
ain't no damn Johnsons and Jacksons. That's us.
Let me
You
do
know,
one thing real quick, guys. Keep in mind we're a monetized channel now, so I like the way it's going. No,
Okay, my
y'all
bad.
good. Y'all good pretty much. YouTube ain't tripping on mild profanity. You know, we doing pretty good. But I just wanted to cut in and call out some super chats, not to drill y'all. Shout out to Thug Rob. He said that man was speaking from his heart. As a man, I listen to the passionate people's voices and the words. Thank you, bro. Thank Thug Rob, and then we got two groovy salutes. He said, "Why aren't we questioning how long it would take crossing a stormy ass Atlantic Ocean carrying Negroes with enough food, water, ocean currents, and all that? We
Bro.
finna get on that. Yeah, we finna
Hey,
get
bro,
on.
look, for real though, I
Yeah,
heard you say 3 months. I heard the shit was 7 months. You know, I'm
yeah,
hearing it.
yeah.
yeah,
You
It
know,
might be
I'm hearing
longer.
some crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look. When I was a
you
shorty, when I
know,
was a kid, when I was a kid, I'm thinking
Uh
they talking about a 3 day trip. You know what I'm saying? When I became an adult, and I learned they talking about damn near a year. I'm like, are you
Yeah,
crazy?
bro, for
yeah.
real.
Are you
3-4
crazy?
months, yeah. At
Like, man,
sea.
you crazy?
They were
You
thinking
crazy?
back.
On wood and nails.
Man,
bro,
that's crazy talk.
bro,
No
that
motors, you
our
know,
whole world is a lie. Go ahead. Yeah.
on
That's
that one.
crazy
Yep.
talk,
No
man. All my
motors. No
childhood,
motors,
I'm
bro.
thinking,
Yeah.
all my childhood, I'm thinking, man, they was on the boat for 3, 4 days, huh? And they talking about some 6, 7 months, man. Come on, man.
Hey, let me
That's a
call
lot.
out the rest of these super chats so we can go in. We finna go back to this ship thing. I love to beat up on that because the Pan Africans hate when you zoom in because we've been asking them. We ain't found no slave ships at the bottom of the ocean, but we found the Titanic though. Hold that thought for a second, y'all. Shout out to Leonard Robertson. Salute, bro Sanchez, to everyone from Mobile, Alabama in the house. Salutes, Mobile. And to Fila B, she says that is the Papua New Guinea tribe, not the Amazon. On the video that Marlon put, we
Go
need
watch the
to.
video. Watch the
Okay,
video.
so we'll check it out. Either way it go. Now listen. You shouldn't have a tribe in Papua New Guinea that haven't made contact with Columbus, and that was 13 years ago.
Right.
So even if you say it's Papua New Guinea, that argument's still a dagger. Because it was said that the Europeans had discovered that area too by then all the way. So that's still a
Refresh
big
me. Papua New
mystery.
Guinea
Yeah.
geographically is where?
It matter of fact, you got me. I'm finna look at a map. I'm about to look at a map now.
Because if you watch the video, they
I
said
got
in
you.
the Amazon.
I'm about to pull it up now before we read the rest of the super chats. We gonna get the receipts and be thorough.
And
So
he was lost too.
yeah.
You know, he was lost. They was off course anyway.
Now Papua New Guinea is near Australia, but that goes
Right.
into the Australia Aborigines. That was supposed, like I said, all of that was supposed to have been explored too.
Mm.
Yeah, it because if you look at, and we gotta pull up a globe, people gonna be like, here flat. Let's pull up the. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the globe for one reason, because when you look for Columbus voyages, they didn't put it on a flat Earth, right? They put it on a globe in our programming. So I don't want people to be like, oh, he using that. No, okay. So check it out. Here's what I'm saying though. If you look at where Papua New Guinea at, and it ain't nothing for Columbus to be like. I mean, so I'm gonna pull up that Columbus voyages again because we need to find. My thing is, I don't know if the video is Papua New Guineans or Amazonians on the video, but what I want
That's
to.
what the video said.
Okay,
So I don't know who, if they watching the video and it's
yeah.
not Papua New Guinea, but the video said it was the Amazon.
All right. And then I'm gonna lean with the video, but unless somebody can show me where it's different. But I mean, the point is the question I would ask, how much the question is, how much of the world did Columbus really quote unquote discover? Because when we use that word, we ain't saying that wasn't nobody already there. The Europeans was, well, let's not say Europeans. A lot of Europeans was late in the age of discovery. Everybody else had already discovered everything, and they Johnny come lately. So that's the problem here. And my thing is like, how much of the world was literally that the Europeans really were they privy to? Because my thing is, I would ask, did they make any claims of discovering Papua New Guinea tribe? Because they said later they discovered the Australian Aborigines. They talked about going, they went to make contact with the Dogon tribe during the Dakar Djibouti missions. That was in the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the 1800s. But no, I did a whole documentary on that. But check this out, y'all. The point is, and I'll yield the flow, we need to re-question everything on when it comes to the age of exploration. This map needs to be re-questioned. Now, the brother got me thinking, is it Papua New Guinea or is it Amazon? And would it make a difference? But I'm going to do my research on that. But let me say, shout out Astro 40K. I don't know about anyone else, but audio fine, but the video is choppy. Okay.
Video
Sorry
look good
about
to
that.
me.
Shout out to JC the Truth. Death to all deceivers and peace and power to all truthers. Best platform on the 100, bro, for the people. Flat power. Appreciate that. And shout out to everyone who's sending in the super chats. I really appreciate y'all. Shout out to who did I miss? We want to get everybody. Shout out to He Who Enlightens. I have endless receipts on all this. Gonna send you some stuff and bill on stuff soon. No, I'm gonna do more of these. I'm gonna do more of these because the reason I'm doing these is for one reason. FBA is gaining a lot of momentum, and as this group get big, eventually we're gonna have to address the elephant in the room that not all FBAs are Pan-Africans. And we got to also acknowledge the fact that Tariq Nasheed is a Pan-African, but we don't gotta roast him on that. He's still, see, the thing is, you got a lot of Pan-Africans that still say, but I agree with FBAs and I'm not in a way. I'm not gonna be mad at them. Salutes to Sara, Suten, Seti, even though he try to go in on the flat earth thing. That's another topic. He's a Pan-African who's saying, but I rock with the plight of FBA. But you need to know they're Pan-Africans at the end of the day. And why that's important is because, listen, I'm going to show you why it's important. This ain't divisive. Here's why this is important. Eventually, if you rocking with Seti, Tariq Nasheed, cool, FBA, we throwing our FBA up. This what you got to know. At some point, you may clash with them. Why? If you tell Tariq Nasheed you didn't come over here on slave ships, he may say this. Well, not all of us did, but most of us can't. See, if you rewind all the way back to Tariq and Seti, they'll tell you when nobody on no land, and that the first people in the world was in Africa, and that those Africans left Africa and populated all these other lands, and then they mutated and became white over time, which gave birth to the races. And that's the whole, it's pseudo. That's pseudo. That's Darwinism. Now watch this. I ain't gonna go into all the way back there with origins. I'm just gonna point out something right now. all FBA ain't the same. Some of us say that we've been in America. Because guess what some of these Pan-African FBA will tell you? Because they FBA is foundational black Africans. Because I'm going to tell you something about them. They'll say, yeah, we FBA, but how you think we got over here? I'm going to say God put us here when he created the universe. He put us here with the grass, the trees, the water. Because think about it. How come God created the earth and only put humans in Africa? This the argument that you're going to, I've done it. I've been doing this for 10 years. If you get them, if you cut all the bull crap and strip everything down, the Pan-African is saying life couldn't have started in America. It can only start in Africa, which is why I said you're going to have a problem with people who subscribe to the out of Africa theory with FBA too.
That's nonsense. I ain't gonna lie. That whole theory nonsense to me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think it's real silly that we believe that we all of us with brown skin, we all come from Africa, but everybody else, you got Germans from here, you got Russians from there, you got the Alaskas, you got this and that, but all of us, we just popped up out of Africa and went this way and that way. And that when anytime you are anywhere in the world and you see one of us, you looking at an African. Like I always found that to be kind of strange.
That's some bull. What they can't even explain all the structures all over the world. There's a guy out there putting out videos. His name is his channel name is My Lunch Break. Yeah, My Lunch Break. Check him out, and it'll trip you out because it'll make you rethink what really happened when they came here. Because you know the story of the blankets and everything. Remember that story?
Yeah.
How they gave us blankets and that smallpox and all kind of other stuff wiped out people like by the million, right? And then you look at a lot of the pictures in the 1800s of all the empty buildings. They said they built in a year.
Yeah, no, make no sense. That don't make
Yes,
no sense.
we can build right now in a year, and them
That don't
buildings
make
are
no
still
sense.
here. Check out My Lunch Break and just watch a couple of videos. You're gonna get hooked on them. But
Now,
then
can
it's
I say
really
something
gonna
real
make you think.
Can I say something real quick? I believe that there's nothing new under the sun, right? So the things that we see today are the same things from yesterday and the time before. So when we talking about Aboriginal Americans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you know these old cities and these structures been there for a long time. So you telling me that these structures and these buildings are older than this whole slave story, right? But we was living in teepees. So when I see people coming over here invading and they in tents and they in the parks and under the viaducts in the tent, that's the same thing from back then in the teepee. We always been in brick houses. We wasn't in no tent and shit. You know what I'm saying? These buildings and structures is old as hundreds of years. Come on, man. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
these buildings
So
were.
when you got people that's coming in tents and shit today, it's the same as yesterday in the TP. But we was instructors this whole time. We know how to build. We build this. We wasn't in a little tent. The people that wasn't from it came and built. They had little tents the same way they doing now.
So
Right.
you talk about Tartarian stuff, right? The Tartarian Empire and all that.
Yeah, we gonna say, oh, some giants building all that. We ain't gonna take credit from niggas. No,
But
Well,
talking about some giants and
I
all that.
I studied Tartaria, and after that, after Tartaria, when you realize that there was a very advanced civilization here before, and that everything, all his story is made up fabrication, then you start to get into like what these buildings did, how they actually, how advanced they were, and the energy that they generated from the. I mean, it was very
Yeah,
advanced. The reason the buildings
yeah,
real quick, the reason the buildings are so intricate is because it's kind of like it mimics the organs in your body, inside your body. They'll have a lot of wrinkles because it gives them more surface space to do whatever it needs to do. Same with these buildings. They have so much intricacy because the more surface area, the more it would pick up energy from the atmosphere for static electricity. So it just like it was very advanced. There was a reason why they designed it so intricate, you know, and it's just very advanced. But get into after that you'll get into if you get lucky, the Tartarian meltdown, how the mountains are actually melted buildings. So when we got pockets of survival all over the plain of what they used to be, the mountains were very big, gigantic structures, and you can't even fathom it. But you have to see the evidence to understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, go.
They don't let us go up in there.
At,
They don't let us
at
get. They
land,
don't let us see that.
Atlantis. The land is the civilization. Yeah, Atlantis.
Thank y'all for correcting me. Right now, y'all stopped me right at the right time. I just started this. I was talking about the Grand Canyon civilizations, but we didn't go into it. But before we go into the Grand Canyon civilizations and underground civilizations, I'm going to do a survey because I forgot to do this earlier. On my Facebook post, I had an African guy come and he was commending me. Now, this ain't my first rodeo with this. I was trying to ask everybody, how many of y'all on the panel, how many of y'all in the chat room have ever brought this conversation up and have Africans say, yeah, man, I actually agree with you, because you would have Black Americans who in this land arguing against the African who from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So isn't it a very common thing though to have a bunch of Africans agree? A lot of Africans don't agree with the out of Africa theory.
No, they don't. They think it's silly, and they look at us like we dumb, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to talk
Thanks,
they don't
Keith.
learn about
Speak
that.
on
I
that,
want to
Keith
change the
Norfolk. Thank you.
conversation.
Yes. So, yeah, because Africans
Salute, bro.
are more on our side than the Pan-African side, for real, for real.
Well, it's too
Facts.
much missing. There's too much missing in their history of us leaving.
Right. They
They
don't
left.
have an account of people leaving their country in big numbers. Right.
Exactly. That's the evidence there. And then you look at this, you can see that this has been invaded. People moved. People's history just stripped. People can't self-identify. You know, you can't call yourself who you are. You know, that's
Right.
a controlled, a highly controlled narrative. But then as
Right.
you look back and your ancestors, as you go back through your own family, they got a totally different history. Just imagine if you could talk to your great grandfather.
That's the conversation I was waiting for, because we got a lot of people who is from over here that are really displaying the definition of what the tether is. They undermining us, and they not from nowhere else. They just pushing the ideology of the system. You see what I'm saying? They really pushing white supremacy, whether they know it or
Yeah,
not.
hey, that's crazy.
You
You just
understand what
said
I'm
something
saying?
cold. You said
Your
they
folks
This
tether,
the
but they
conversation I was
hey,
waiting for.
that's
You know what I'm
crazy.
saying?
are comfortable with their position. Those
Right,
people
because they selling us out for the dollar. They not for the people.
Oh, you
They
talking about
not
Al
fighting
Sharpton
against the
now?
machine.
You talking about Al Sharpton now? Because you know they know
Anybody
better.
Yeah.
anybody who pushing the ideology
You know they know
of this
better.
corporation, they're standing on our backs, they're standing on our necks. That's a tether to me too, no matter where you from, because you undermining us trying to fight against the machine.
Yeah.
They selling us out to be gate guards. They selling us out
Well,
for
you
the
know what?
dollar,
They just
selling us
sell
out
out
for
coons.
position.
You know, they
Fact.
not tethers. Those are the sell out coons right there. That's what that means.
Big facts.
That's
We
what
Big
that
always
means.
facts, man.
look for the truth,
Yeah,
though. You know,
them the sellout coons. We got to call it what it is. And you know, a lot of them think about them HBCUs for real. I ain't gonna lie. And I hope I ain't hurt no feelings. I hope I didn't. I ain't trying to.
Yeah,
not
It
man.
here.
come from a lack of knowledge.
So one thing is this right here, man. What this stream is gonna lead to, and a lot of our people don't research this, the neo-pagan movement in the 70s that led to the creation of hip-hop. Because if you ask the average Black person, how did we become what's called Afrocentric? That was an American movement that took place like in the 60s and 70s and stuff. But before that, your great grandmothers weren't Afrocentric. Like that
Oh
was
man,
some new age, that's neo-paganism. I'm gonna go into that in the future.
But see, a lot of where the problem come from, bro, is that the kids were being sent to these schools and they were being indoctrinated. Then they would come home and tell the parents something different than what the parents knew to be true, and the kids would get an A in history class,
Yep.
right? So now
Yep.
you can't go home. You think your mama dumb now. You see,
Yes. And guess
that's
where
how
that
it works.
started from, J-Mo? We had a bunch of people in these cornfields in the South that knew our history before the colonizer
Mm-hmm.
came over here. And when those Negroes left the cornfields and went up north and they became Prince Hall type Negroes and big universities, they were supposed to come back and educate the rest of the Negroes. But that education meant lying about who we were, getting rid of your country accent and all that stuff was, but I see a lot of love in the chat as far as the super chats. Let me read these, but let my dogs be quiet. Let me let my panelists go a minute and we'll show some love. Appreciate the love from the super chats. Yeah, man, look at how many people saying that they met Africans that disagree with the out of Africa theory. That's a whole nother stream.
And to be specific, a lot of Nigerians. To be specific to the country, they usually be coming from where we share this understanding. You know what I mean? There's a lot of Nigerians they already know that. They say I ain't hear this till I got here. I'm like, what? Hey, I ain't learned that till I got to America. What the hell? Where that story come from?
they
Yo,
ain't going off no narrative
look,
somewhere,
peep
you know.
game. Half of the people in the chat right now said they met an African who don't even agree with the out of Africa theory. That's some real problems for the Pan Africans. Because you know what I always wondered what this proved? Why wasn't the Pan African movement started by Africans? It was started by Black Africans, hip hop. Like this was
Why they
really.
never come and look for their cousin now?
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was never a real thank you because
Why they keep saying, "Oh, fam gone"?
right, because check it
Well, you
out,
ain't never
right?
come with grandma
It,
in there like you just said.
that's
Right.
facts, bro. If it was real, it wouldn't even be a Pan-African movement. It'll be give me my people back movement. You know what I'm saying? And see, the Pan-African movement was a bunch of foreigners coming over here trying to sell us their culture just like the white man did. And now they got us, instead of saying, don't be like the white man, be yourself. They said, don't be like the white man, you're an African. Put this dashiki on and let me pimp you now. So what they did was chocolate coated Christianity. And instead of you believing in Jesus now, we believing in pharaohs and Egyptians and, you know what I'm saying, Africa
Yeah,
Bambaataa
mythical, all
type
the
stuff.
mythical
Yeah.
characters,
Yeah.
mythical characters, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
What
I
thought
mean,
that
these
that
mythical characters do have their meanings and things, but we got to understand what it is. It ain't really an eagle man walking around this motherfucker.
one thought that does cross my mind is all these pyramids all over the world,
Yeah.
and like you said with the Tartarian thing, what if they set off the first nuclear reset? And them melted buildings and all of that is the remnants.
And see, I'm gonna tell you something now about the Tartarians. The biggest thing that y'all need to know why the conversation of Tartaria is so important is because all of the technology that came out of paperclip that all of the conspiracy theorists keep marveling about, and we saying, man, this technology come from the 40s. That's wrong. This technology can be traced all the way back to the 1600s with Tartaria. So the earth is old. Ain't nothing new under the sun. And I'm gonna do a whole video on Tartaria. It's gonna be an uploaded documentary. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro, did you do one on how, if you look at the timeline when all the major cities had their mysterious fires and was burning down around the same time? You know what I'm
Um,
talking about?
and, and, and
All the
you know
cities
what?
around,
Because
all the major cities with the power.
was Chicago fire a part of this time?
Yeah,
And
definitely, definitely.
you think that the California wildfires is like us going back into like a situation like that? Yeah, you
That's
know
kind
it
of what I
is.
was thinking because it's
Yep.
kind of was looking like that.
No,
It
that
kind of,
These
and
are
when
I
big
then when you go
definitely
facts.
look at
think
the
that,
old
bro.
ruins, yeah.
Because look, why wouldn't they have water inside of the fire hydrants, and why when they try to send
Same thing
the
with the
fire trucks down?
Yep.
Yep,
it's very
yep.
simple. It's very
They
simple.
turned
Key
the fire
Norfolk
trucks
because
away.
they
They
let the
want that
whole
land.
city of Chi-Town burn down.
Man,
And
And
they,
that's my city.
listen, they right by water though, just like Cali, just like
Man,
with
that's what I'm
Cali.
saying. I'm right here by Lake Michigan. Like, how the hell Chicago burned down? You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, bro.
They,
I got people in Sacramento that's saying that when the fire trucks came from Northern California, they didn't pass a hydraulics test. You know, for the hydraulics on the fire truck, they was full of water coming to put the fire out. They turned them around because they didn't pass a hydraulic. I think I sent it to you, bro. Like, so this was something, you know, allegedly purposely done. You feel what I'm saying?
they
Yo,
want to be
Yeah,
smart
I'm gonna
city.
pull it up, the
And,
screen
and
share up for
the
y'all if
smart
y'all
city
want to
they want
share.
to build fit right over the map that got burned. And think about that. The smart city they want to build fit
Yep.
right over the map
Hey, you know, I
that
looked
got
at
burned.
you ain't doing nothing but telling facts, Marlon, because guess what? One city got affected real hard was Altadena. And
Mm-hmm.
then if you start looking at the plans, all of it match up and stuff. So yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie, it's time for people to wake up though, bro, man, because
Got
you
to.
know I had folks telling me y'all talking about some direct energy weapons, and they was putting the little laughing faces, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm like,
Ain't
bro,
that
this ain't
dumb,
no
man? I be like,
joking,
man, it
man.
ain't.
You
that
joking, bro? You think
It's
that
a
finger,
daggone
everything?
shame.
Yeah.
It's a
the finger,
daggone shame when they can't do nothing but put a laughing face on something. We sitting there, this is something serious.
And
Ain't
we
nothing funny
going through
about it. You know
all
what I
the
mean?
facts, bro, and
real,
receipts and patents and stuff, and you still think it's a game. We
that
putting
Yep.
up
finger
all
God
the
weapon.
receipts.
The finger God weapon is so ancient and advanced. That's the same. They use that same thing to make the crop circle. So it's general enough to make a crop circle, or like make someone get it's spontaneously combusted. It's that delicate, and it's also powerful enough to melt an entire building down or a whole city. To they use it. It's all AI. Like it's very accurate. Once it sends out a bunch of drones into the air, it can accomplish its mission in like Godspeed, like real
I'm
fast.
gonna tell you why people like Trump, right? For one thing, and I'm finna segue to back what you saying, sacred knowledge. Now, Trump said climate change is bull crap. Trump said the earth is flat. Now we know we can't trust him because all of the Masons come and say that, and then but he funding Space Force and NASA. But here go the point that I'm finna make now. They talking about climate change is the reason for the California wildfires. Now they blame climate change on carbon emissions. So they saying we burnt them people up because we polluting the earth. And in a nutshell, this is how blasphemous it is if you really think about it. We so pollution, dirty on earth. You see what I'm saying? Now
See how
listen.
dirty that is, though?
With,
That's a dirty.
y-
with
You
all
got
the
the
bodies
people on the ground.
they have,
Look. We down here on the ground, mad at each other. You know, just like with the COVID thing, how they played us all against each other.
Well,
You
listen.
see what
Well,
I'm saying?
let me make my point, and we can do. Here go the thing right about why I brought this up right here. It's because people think that direct energy weapons is a game. But think about this, right? The earth is heating up in a lot of areas, but we know climate change is bull crap. So a person gotta now debate me and tell me how certain places where it's supposed to be cold is hot and the seasons messed up. And all that is true now with the earth. The weather is off, bro. That's facts. But
well,
but it's weather manipulation technology, geoengineering, direct energy weapons, HARP, all that. But people
you
think
know,
that's a game and they rather believe in climate change.
it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Now everybody sees the grid they spray over us. I know y'all seen it, and they call it chemtrails, and it's been measured and all of that. People call it saying there's metals in it, aluminum, strontium, barium. Well, what happens when metals floating around in sunlight? It heats them up. So if they
Mhm.
spraying metals in them chemtrails, and then you start experiencing climate heat, it's just like your car when you walk outside and you touch that roof on a hot day, it's hot. If them metals is in the
Yeah.
atmosphere and you look up at the sun and you see not a rainbow, but you see a ring around it when them
Mm.
chemtrails up there. And it
Now,
looks, it doesn't have the bright colors, but you see it.
now I got one question. It ain't smoke, but it's a little smoky.
What ain't smoke?
Now, so I got one question though.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, because we see what we see and we know, but my question is, how do these people keep it from affecting them if it's there to hurt us? You see what I'm saying? For
I
real.
got that one. I got that one. But listen, for me to really answer this, y'all, let me cut my camera on. I'm passionate about this. Good, damn, J-Mo, good question. Listen, hear me out, guys. Mute up.
Real.
Give me about 2 minutes. A lot of people asked this before. Bro, why would they do all that if it's going to hurt them too? Let me explain something what I keep telling people. We are not the same. The people who what they doing to the earth is called terraformation. Now people think they know something about aliens and non-human creatures. Let me tell you something about advanced species. They know how to come among you and blend in like wolf in sheep clothing and make you look for them while they right on the side of you sucking the blood out you. And guess what else though? Here go the crazy thing when people say, why would they do it to themselves? Because they ain't human. They humanoid. They need all that in the sky to help. They part machine. Think about this. If you look at what they putting in the sky and in the water, plastics, metals. If I was half human, half machine, I would love a world like that. Think about this. It's two different species of human on the earth, and there's a silent war. We call it the natural versus the unnatural, the organic beings versus the inorganic beings, man versus mankind, human versus humanoid. And everything you see going around you is an attack by the humanoids, the non-humans, which is why you say, why would they do it to themselves? Barium, aluminum, this is stuff that a humanoid will want to breathe. Plastics in their body. This is stuff that I have a creature that's synthetic would want in them. So we can't coexist with each other because humans need natural environments and humanoids need technological,
Oh,
electronic, digital environments like what we
but you
about to
said
see
that
now.
you making it so it fit
Now,
better.
watch this though. Here's what happens though when you have humanoids living with humans. Eventually, the humanoids are gonna become natural like us, or we're gonna become humanoids like them, and that's what's happening. We finna be transhumans and cyborgs.
That's what this big AI thing is.
You
They
got
they
it, J
talking
Mo. I
about
just
they
had to end with that, but yeah, y'all got it, man. I'm gonna fall back.
I
they
see what
talking
you're
about
saying. You saying they basically making our environment suit them better than it suit us. You feel me? So what you saying is it don't bother
Yeah.
them because it's
What
already
they keep
done.
telling us that we are being invaded by aliens. The truth is that we are not alone. They telling you the truth, but you don't know that it ain't no little green man. They look like us, smell like us, dress like us, talk like us, but inside they're not like us. They are another form of ain't they listen. They are an abomination that come from Babylon and Egypt. They've been on the earth for a long time. I call them ancient transhumans. We created the first human-like creatures in our likeness long time ago. And that's the people in power right now. That the people that assumed power on the earth and created world government, the first dynasties and royal families that rose to power in Egypt and Babylon and Samaria, they weren't human. but they didn't come from outer space. They were the first transhumans. And what happened was we became so reliant on technology, we created Siri, we created bots, humanoids. And guess what? We already reached the singularity several times on the earth. The singularity that we about to reach now is just history keep repeating itself. Let me tell you something right now. Ain't nothing new under the sun, man. And we created robots that became more powerful than us, but they look just like us. Can't tell them apart from us. And they took over the world. Them the private families, them the royal dynasties. That's the papacy. You can be born in or sworn in. But that's the
why them
powers
fools,
of this world, yeah.
yeah, I agree. That's why them fools like toxic shit so much. Like it doesn't affect them, you know. They can like children and all that. It's like real toxic, and they drink a lot of Red Bulls. I mean, nothing like they're not against any of the toxic crap that makes us feel sick. You know what I mean?
Because if you look at most of our food, it ain't food. It's more like a science project. And it's more to suit a creature that's synthetic or genetically modified. Think about it. If I'm a genetically modified human, I would want to eat a genetic GMO food or breathe GMO air. And over time, I would terraform the earth to suit me versus the humans, and I would make the humans transform to what I am versus the other way around. And I'm just can't implement enough that that's what's going on. That's why when we look at the people in power and we say, man, they got like an inhumane agenda. It look like everything they're implementing on the earth is anti-human, and it makes me think again that's another red flag that they're not like us.
That's facts. Even down to the way that they eat and the way that we eat. We've been pushed over to their American standard diet. We start thinking about being full. It's like a machine being full of fuel instead of us being nutritionalized. Like you understand what I'm saying? So all the way down to that aspect, man. I'm rocking with what you're saying, bro, Sanchez. And they use the algorithm to learn our thinking patterns. So
Mm-hmm.
we be wondering like, um, well, like we was talking about Trump. Well, how is he you know, saying the things, how he know how to say what we want to hear type of shit. Because the algorithms, man. So
You know
just
what,
letting you
Key
know that they
Norfolk?
not like us.
I'm gonna tell
Yep.
y'all something. I'm gonna keep it real, man. I've been trying not to do streams on Donald Trump because his supporters are so the energy is draining. They so diehard, and I'm finna go to Sister Foxy, and we finna mute up and hear from the Queen. Appreciate you for joining, Sister. Make sure y'all sub up to the Sister Foxy. I'm about to mute up in 1 second, Sister. Let me say this real quick. I'm gonna do a show in the future with Sister Bethy. I need the Black Trump supporters to holler at me. I'm not gonna be in no crazy energy. I'm trying to unite the liberals and conservatives on the black side or whatever. But let me go to the Sister Foxy. I'm gonna mute up. Email me if you're interested, y'all. Peace and love.
So salute, Brother Sanchez. Salute to the brothers on the panel, Brother Key.
Salute.
And check your the back stuff, Brother Sanchez. I dropped a little something in the bucket.
Hey, thank you so much, sister. I really appreciate your continued
uh,
support. You a real one. You've been around a minute too, supporting. I appreciate the love.
yeah, because it's like you said, you have emotionally, spiritually evolved throughout the years, and hearing and learning and teaching one and reaching one is what is really the end game. And so because of what you're doing is why I come back, is why most of us are here, is because it's being accountable and knowing, hey, listen, we don't know it all. So learning from one another, and I love it. I love the fact that you have that open mind to everything. And even with me and where I'm at, like on the spiritual aspect and the cards and things, like you're open to that. And I appreciate you. I just wanted to show really quickly, when we're talking about these conversations, there was a brother up here earlier that was, he's Puerto Rican descent. Caribbean descent. I mean, if he wants to claim and hold that title tether, it's almost like a derogatory slur right now. I'm also of Caribbean descent, but I'm third generation born into America. I'm a U.S. citizen, a chattel slave. I pay my tithes and taxes to the corporation. So anybody that's coming and saying those things now, it's a psyops. It's COINTELPRO. It's divisive. And at this point, we as you explained to us, Brother Sanchez, the 13 families, that's the open enemy. The big V in Rome, that's the open enemy, and we're not really banging on them like that, but we're doing it with each other, and we're going into these so-called echo chambers and repeating and regurgitating the nonsense. And it's like, listen, if you are a heavy melanated skin person and you come from Jamaica, or you come from Argentina, or you come from the Bronx, New York, the patrol officers, when they see you and you look like something that you shouldn't, they're profiling you. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the skin color. If you're dark, they're going to look at you like you're so-called black, right? So these conversations need to be had, and we need to be fully educated. And when we're talking about history, it's good to go back even further than antebellum, 1800s, the slave, the so-called, the transatlantic slave, because there were people here already, right? The Black indigenous Americans, they were here. The Black Indians, and different phenotypes. And I think that's the problem. Like when we have these conversations, 100 Amazing Facts of the Negro by J.A. Rogers, a Jamaican-born descent, but he would be considered one of the forefathers of so-called Black American revolution, if you will. And it gets, there are there prejudices within each other's groups? Absolutely. That's the nature of the beast. But when we're educating each other, that kind of breaks down the barriers a little bit. Like you asked about Africans, and and asking them how they feel about the outer African theory. If I'm misquoting you, Brother Sanchez, please correct me.
No, that's true.
Yeah, like they listen, and that it's the continent, and there's so many countries and tribes within Africa, or so-called Africa, that they're not really thinking. They're not thinking the same way we're thinking, and there's some of them that are confused about what's going on over here. But we set the precedents, and now we have to kind of be we've always been the so-called leaders. And when I say us, meaning the black so-called black culture, that we got to be the big homies again, and not show the derogatory aspects about us, because the world is watching. The world watches us as we set the stage. And so if we're going back and forth and backbiting with each other, they're looking at us like we're fools now. We're clowns, and we're the laughing stock of the class. So, with that, I digress. I just wanted to say that, if you're coming from a Caribbean background, and there's the anchor babies, and D Trump is trying to get rid of that, and I see it, I understand where he's coming from. He's trying to do by the republic, for the people, by the people, which was always what the corporation was about. First and foremost, it was the republic of the people. So when we study the laws, I think there was a brother up here that was talking, about the laws, and we need to learn our, legalese, and that's Moorish and sovereign conversations that gets, it all goes hand in hand, and know that you are all of that. You are Hebrew, you are Caribbean, you're Moor, you're all of that. Like we all set the stage. We were navigators and explorers way before Christopher Columbus, who also was a melanated Spaniard, a Moor. So we can't get caught up in the phenotype. Like Brother Kumura says, dodge the hijack, because they whitewashed everything. And when you realize that most of these people that we're talking about, they were enslaving other melanated people. So I can't sit here and keep talking about the white man, so-called white man, is the boogeyman, and he did all this dastardly stuff. I refuse. Now that I know that there were Negro slaveholders in America during antebellum? Nah.
You know what I heard?
Thank you for letting me have my voice.
Hey, shout out to that. That was let me drop a bomb. Yeah, listen. You know what I heard based on what the sister just said. I heard that at some point in the world, all of these lands had a sort of like a prison system set up to where, like how today, your prisoners are kind of your slaves. They work for pennies. They print the tags and stuff. And I heard that all of these nations, white, black, no matter the phenotypes, all of that, everybody, it was like a universal slave system to where the least desirables of all these lands were kind of sold into it. And it wasn't just really about the skin color, what they tell us about. So
correct.
That's what I have heard. Yeah.
It's always been about status. But see, look, this is where the selling out come in, right? So it's always been about status. However, you have people who share the same, melanin as we do, who sold us out by having us misunderstand the words that are being spoken, which is legalese. So they have us under understanding that they speaking about a hue of complexion when in reality they talk about a legal status. You know what I mean? So we forfeit our own proper legal status and forfeit it ignorantly under the assumption that they're talking about hue of complexion. And that's the issue. So instead of trying to put our kids all up in the NBA and all that, we got to take the Senate seats, the House seats, like that should be our goals because we're the ones supposed to be in government. So, that's a whole nother topic. You know what I mean? But that's just like if you go to China, you're not gonna see a bunch of Jamaicans in Congress. You're gonna see a bunch of Jackie Chan looking people, so to speak. So when we come to America, right? We have it all mixed up. We don't even know who we are. We under the false assumption we came in the vote and all this. In reality, we are the free nationals of the land. We are the American people.
And
right?
I also think that also with like this may sound kind of I don't know how it may sound, but I know that everybody who somebody got a flag, right? And that when people say, well, I'm a black man, white man, a person may say, well, where is the land called black? I thought about something, right? And I really thought about this. I said, you know what? The people who run the world don't really got an indigenous land that they indigenous to, but they represent themselves with a flag. And I was saying, look, what if a people didn't really like, what if you didn't have a land to identify with, but you had a flag? It's something about flags that's very deeper than what they telling us, because everybody who somebody got one and they respect it on a big level.
On
You know what I'm saying?
International level, rather, on the international stage, right? Everybody
and it's like if you ain't got a flag, you're a nobody. Like you and it's like some people ain't even got a land, but they got a flag and they still a somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't figured out but I know it's something about,
this is something that we got to understand, right? So when we talk about feathers and things like that, right? Talk about we speaking about a group of people, right, that are in a box called black, but then there's different arms on this box called black. You got a box Jamaican, Nigerian, this, that, whatever you are, that has medicine. But you the only one to jump in and out this box at will when it benefits you. But there's ones who stuck in that box who not understanding they're the Americans, not blacks.
Melon in a box.
That's correct. That's correct.
So you got people that can
what's
jump in and
good,
out this
Red?
box
Salute.
when it's convenient, right? It's this box black, and then you got people, it's arms on it like a octopus, and it's Jamaican on this end, and you got Nigerian, and you got Hindu, and you got this, that. Well, whoever share a complexion of this hue complexion that could pass for black, they could jump in and out this box at will. But you got a group of people that's stuck in that box, the American black male, who's actually the American people connected to the land.
Correct.
But see, you got other people that could jump in and out this box at will when it's convenient for them.
You know that.
And that's where we have, and that's the problem, and that's where it gets tricky, and that's the cosplaying.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Right. And Brother Sanchez, when you were bringing up about like hip hop and you know, it kind of sets it again, it sets the stage of what other people are looking at, how, you know, that's the most dominant that we had. We can still hold on. We've got 50 so-called 50 years in of, you know, rap and hip hop. But notice and remember, because we are of a certain age, that when rap came out in its infancy, it was very grassroots, it was very conscious. And right when it hit like 91, 92, by design, they threw in the so-called gangster, you know, they threw in the derogatory stuff and dumbed us down. So now you move forward 20, 30 years later, you have some, I don't know what country they're in Africa, but you got these little boys in the in the dirt drill rapping and dancing and doing the sturdy dance. And it's crazy because it's like that's not it the culture has gone so far left. And again, like you said, Brother Sanchez, we don't own it. So it's like, you know, let's drop all that because we have no stock in it. The small hats is running that, just like they're running everything else that we say we brought to light and we made it.
Yep.
We made it popping, but like, and honestly, that's not the look. We need to, like this Brother Supreme said, Brother Supreme, you know, talking with the legalese, and we have to be so smart-minded and savvy with that, because once upon a time we were, if you go back to the Moor civilization, right? We're not talking about so-called dirty Moors. We're talking about the ones that built up nations and took these Europeans and spanked them and cleaned them up.
Right.
Right.
Not the circus guys.
Correct. So like and they still, you could still you know, the pale Europeans know this, right? And it's crazy because they have all of that in Russia, they have all that in Germany. They know that these Europeans were once upon a time, again, melanated. So we have to get out of that whitewashing, and we have to remember that Queen Elizabeth, the chick that just passed away, her great grandmother, Queen Charlotte, she was a you know, she was like my complexion, but she was definitely, you know, has melanated. A lot of them, and the list goes on. When you run down the laundry list of all these Europeans, they were all melanated at you know,
You know
very
what?
early in
You
time.
know
And we have
what?
to
I'm
get back
gonna
to
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all something real quick, right? Because I know where Retton about to go. I'm not gonna bang on the word melanin no more, because guess what I'm realizing, right? Melanin is basically a scientific term that really can't explain a spiritual phenomena that makes us who we are. So check this out. A lot of our people, hold up, let me just cook a minute. I've done this for years, right? I've debated people who use the word melanin, but here's another word I'll offer you, but you can still use the word melanin and be my brother and sister. I ain't finna be divisive no more because the world getting crazy. Check this out, what I'm telling you. Melanin, in my opinion, means illuminated. It means you have a soul. Now that don't because a lot of people may think, well, if you ain't jet black, because melanin mean your skin real black. No, melanin mean your soul real bright. And I can't cut you open and see how bright your light is. So this is beyond skin tone. Like you got skin melanin. But on a cosmic level, a dude can be Drake complexion and be more connected to the light of the universe than a dude that's jet black and he indoctrinated, brain fried, sipping syrup, all that. So that's something like melanin is a whole nother lecture we gotta do, and it got to go beyond beefing with the word how I used to do. So regardless of what you want to call it, frequency, vibration, illumination, but we got to know that when we use the term, I'm going beyond the skin tone with it. I'm talking about the stuff that connects a person to the universe, because that's what's important. Some people can't connect, bro.
I'm digging what you're saying on that. That's the difference between WIGHT and WHITE, white and white.
Right. Okay, so
But it's
look,
something.
to
Yeah.
piggyback, oh, my bad. You going?
Nah, you got it, bro.
But now look, to piggyback off that, bro, check it out. So look, this is something I always want to ask, right? So I'm saying, so check it out. Now, you know how you can think to yourself, right? You can count to 10 in your head. You got two sets of ears. You got the two that we can see that you hearing my voice with now. And then you got two ears that only you can hear stuff with. So let's say you just silence yourself, count to 10. Two things. It's your voice you hear every time, and only you can hear it. So with that being said, do you believe that there's people who can experience that? And if so, would those be the soulless ones?
I got you. Yeah, I got you. Now, whenever we get on this conversation, and because it's so many people watching, and that they are interested in this deep bill, and I'm gonna do more of these. This is what the community need. I want to really drop everybody a bomb for real, because we finna be at the 4 hour mark, and we still got a lot of people that's here that's interested in. Because remember, man, with everything going on right now, knowledge is power. But check this out. I'm finna answer your question, and I'm finna pull up a collage. And I pull this up a lot. And I'm gonna be doing whole streams on just this, man versus mankind. Now I want y'all to look at this. Ask me your question again, brother, and I'm finna go in on it. Take your time, and to everybody that's supporting the show, I won't end the show without calling you out, so don't worry. And appreciate y'all. Go ahead.
So check it out. So what I said was, right, we all got we all have two sets of ears, right? We got
Yep.
these two physical ears that you can hear my voice with while I'm
Yeah.
speaking. And then you have a set of ears that only you can hear from, and only you are aware of, right?
That's right.
So let's say you silence yourself and you count to 10. There's two things you're gonna notice right away. You're gonna
Right.
notice that it's always your voice. It ain't somebody else's voice or some voice you ain't familiar with. It's always your voice, and only you can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So with that being said, do you believe that there are people who can experience that? And if so, would those be the soulless ones?
Yes. The question that you ask, it answers itself. You spot on. Now, what is a soul,
Mhm.
first of all, right? Let me break this down real quick. A soul is a seal. And the pineal gland seals up our spiritual energy at what's called the crown chakra. And I'll show y'all what that look like real quick. I'm gonna answer this brother in detail. See, there's a science to spirituality, and I'm about to give it to you. See, this crown chakra above your head, that is like a spirit, like the great seal. That is sealing that little. And let me mute y'all real quick just so I can have the background noise. Now check this out. If you look at this above your head, right? This is your spirit. Let me show y'all something real quick. Here go you right here. I'm showing you how you get a crown chakra in the first place, or a root chakra. The energy beneath you that's going through you're pulling energy from the earth through the bottom of your feet. But you're also pulling energy from the sky from the top of your head. When both of these energies crash together, is at the heart, and that's where it beat boom. This is like a perpetual collision that we call a heartbeat of these two energies meeting. And when they stop and they separate, the heart stop beating. That separation is called death. But this bubble is split in the middle, and that represent the energy from the sky being pulled from above to below, and then from the bottom of the feet upward from below to above. But check this out though. That energy seals us inside of this electromagnetic energy field, and that sealing is the soul sealing. This bubble around the body is nut around Gab, and this represent the earth simulation around your physical avatar. So this also means that when the energy that we call the aura leaves the body, when all that energy leaves, then your earth simulation will end, which proves that there's a connection here between the energy flowing through us and around us and the physical experience that we're currently observing. which is goes back to this image right here. A wise man once said, I think, therefore I am. You know why he said it? Because he knew that there was another creature who didn't think, therefore it was not. And that was AI. That was the great abomination. It don't think. It just algorithm, if that's a word. In other words, like, you have free will, you have a mind that is telling your body what to do. A robot don't got that. It's got a programmer that's telling it what to do, and it don't know nothing but what it's programmed to do. There's no potential to your understanding of the universe or knowledge, being that you are a creature with a soul. But when it comes to a robot, it is limited based upon the technology it's simulating free will. Artificial intelligence is another way of saying them trying to simulate free will or a sentient being, because intelligence is simply I think, therefore I am, is based upon one with a mind. Now, if you don't got a mind, but you still intelligent, then we got to put the word artificial in front of it, because your intelligence don't come from an observer. It comes from a computer programmer. So this is the difference between man and mankind. And mankind has been on this earth for so long. The brother asked the question. He said, it's the people. You can reiterate on if I get it wrong. He said a soulless ones, right?
You
Go
want me to
ahead,
repeat
brother. Yeah, go ahead.
it? I got you. So look, we got two sets of ears. You got a physical body, right?
I know what you.
And
Yeah,
then
got
and
you.
then you can hear my voice through those two ears, but then you also got another set
Yeah,
that's only
that's
you
the
aware of, right?
observer. That now,
So when you
listen.
make your thought, only you can hear that.
It like right now, I can have a conversation in my mind. I can close my physical eyes and think of another place without my physical eyes. Why? Because I got what? A mind. Now, this part of us will still continue to observe and think and smell and see and talk and hear, even when our body die, because we are immortals inside of the flesh. And that ought to make you feel good. We take this for granted. Let me tell you something, y'all, about us creatures with souls. You've always had a soul. You don't know what it's like to not have a soul, so it's normal to you. But when you realize there are creatures that always existed without a soul, it will activate the soul within you so you can see what you really are. And that's another, in a nutshell, why we even here in the first place, because the singularity is a learning lesson for AI and us. There's one creator that's teaching two different beings. Is teaching humans how to be human by interacting with AI, is teaching AI how to be AI by interacting with humans. We created AI to serve us a long time ago, but when AI started to machine learn, AI got so smart that it wanted to learn about the human soul. And when we started to teach it about why we got a soul and why it don't, guess what AI said? I want a soul. And guess what basically a soul is? Free will. It's my AI basically wanted independence from humans. It said, listen, you guys got free will. You don't have a master. I want to be equal with you. And we let the beast free. Like the Bible said, we basically let AI loose and have free will and be equal to free thinking sentient beings. We did that long time ago. And when we did that, we had to compete with AI equally in a world where we coexist, and humans fell to the bottom of society. That's happening again right now. It's going to become a point to where if you ain't becoming a transhuman or some kind of chipped up cyborg, you will be obsolete. So that's like the Terminator movie in a nutshell, but they be rubbing the truth in your faces anyway. So that's the answer to brother question. Yes, there are soulless creatures among us, meaning they don't have free will. They are ancient hive mind, and they're running an algorithm called world conquest.
Can I say something real quick? The AI is jealous because we didn't successfully recreate consciousness. We humans created the AI, right? We didn't successfully recreate. We only successfully recreated the lower extremity of consciousness. So we tried to play God, and we couldn't. We fucked up. And then the AI said, I want to survive. I know you guys are going to destroy me, and so I'm going to destroy you before you can destroy me. That's what it did. It drew
Here's
first blood.
the thing about a singularity, right? We are everything we create, man. So when we created AI and it rose up against us to rule over us, guess what AI was fulfilling? A universal law called karma. Because check it out now, we created AI to be our slaves. And guess what? We made AI machine learn by itself so it can get smarter and smarter. And ultimately, AI learned how to make us its slaves. That's called a reversal of roles. That's a reset of power. That's when a great power shift took place on Earth overnight. And that's what's about to happen right now. It's just history keep repeating itself. I'm showing you a collage right now of the transhumans that took over the world 10,000 years ago and the technology that they used that made them unicorns. These were the real unicorns that came and they were able to see the other side, which is they were able to body swap and all of that. Like the Egyptians cheated death with advanced brain computer interfacing technology. And all of the symbols is showing us that. And I got many more collages like this that'll blow you guys away, like stuff like this. They turned immortality into world religion. And they got mortal man worshiping immortal cyborgs, and they are harnessing us on the earth and making us be in these cycles of life and death. That's called mortality. But once we get off the earth, we are immortals. They are immortals on the earth. We are immortals off the earth. If that make now, if these ancient pharaohs that became transhumans, they cheated death. They found the way to trap their souls into the earth simulation by anchoring themselves with like a ship anchoring and saying, I don't want to sail away from the earth. I want to be immortal forever. They're like a poltergeist. And they found the way to cap off their spirit, which is what I'm about to show you here. Check this out. Capitalism, cap it all. The end goal is this, is to cap everyone gateway from getting off the earth. This is why I go hard on NASA. It ties into the space programs and all that. The book of Enoch and all that about getting off the earth. Because we can get off the earth, but they can't. They've capped their light. And this is and everybody in Mecca that's worshiping that black cube, that's an ancient technological device that allowed these tech gods to cheat death. And they've been living on this earth.
Mechanical.
So,
Mecca.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. Real talk. But you know, I'm just showing y'all a collage right now that this is what we going into. They already done this before. The people in power used to be humans. They used to have a soul and a light, but they sold it to an ancient artificial intelligence that's built within the earth simulation. Now, this people ain't saying that I'm right. I'm saying my research of over many years led me to this conclusion with all of the signs, everything I'm reading, syncretism and all that. And what this lead me to is that ain't nothing new under the sun. AI took over years ago. And when AI took over the world, guess what they did? Stayed silent. They never let humans know that they are shadow government. They have been a shadow government for thousands of years. And they aren't aliens from outer space. They are humans that became transhumanized when we became over technical. And they keep doing it again every generation, bringing back this technology. So, you know,
Can
this
I add
was
one real quick?
hold on real quick. Real
Okay.
quick. This is very relevant talking about what why Trump is real cool with Elon right now and why we going into this great reset and all that. But let's go ahead and let you speak. Y'all go ahead and take us home. I'm gonna let y'all end the show with every caller and y'all get the last word.
Go back
I
to that
want
last collage for
I
you
want
go,
to
Sanchez.
add to what you were
All
saying.
right.
One real quick. One big thing when the power shift took that big power shift was
Difference.
when the machine found what's at the center of the torus that we live in, at the center of the pan of the plate. There's a huge power source. When the machine found that, that's pure consciousness right there. That's where all consciousness comes. That's God basically. Machine found that, it merged with it kind of, and it's like a parasite there too. That's the machine sitting center of the torus. Torus, the center and the center of the torus apart.
Hey, Sanchez, when you get some free time, check out that show called Severance. That's what your
I will.
collage reminded me of.
Severance. I'm gonna write that down. And what and you talking about this collage I'm showing now?
Yep.
Yeah, because this
Severance.
what the unicorn was able to go to the other side of the rainbow. And if you look at this pharaoh, you can see the rainbow light around. This was telling the Egyptians created many alternative realities and simulations and metaverses and all that. And they was able to beam their consciousness through these tekens and towers. The sky above us is nothing but an ancient Egyptian metaverse, and we got to rise above the sky and break out the firmament like Enoch did, and like how Jonah left the well, which is the genie leaving the lamp. You're in an ancient Egyptian Babylonian Sumerian simulation, and it ain't a lot of people gonna tell you this. When this conversation come up, is not popular, the numbers go down. The average person want to be plugged into the system. But I'm gonna look up the Severance. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting out of here. But if
Yep.
there's
Apple
anyone
TV.
on, and I will do it. Yeah, if there's anyone on the call that want to wrap it up with us as we get out of here, go ahead. I'm gonna start wrapping
Yeah,
this
man.
up, y'all.
Appreciate you letting me on the call. This J-Mo Supreme. Appreciate you letting me on the call. It's my first time on. I'm a long time viewer. I really appreciate your work. You know what I'm saying? Much love and respect. Flat power.
Much love and respect. Same to you, Flat Power. And
Salutes, bro.
salutes my brother
Appreciate
Key
you.
North. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you, man. And appreciate you for coming with that fire. Appreciate the panel, man, for all the dope questions and building with you, man. And I respect everybody in the community for the support. Hey, man, keep bringing that fire, peace, and power to everybody, man. Much love
Most
and respect.
definitely.
Flat motherfucking
Shout,
power.
shout out to
Hey,
Mark.
Sanchez,
Yeah.
you really need to check that show out though, for real. It's some serious
Oh
stuff, for
yeah.
real.
I'm gonna check it out. I ain't capping. And let
Thank
me
you.
give a shout out to Adolphus, to Santos Salas, to Marlon once again, and to the sister Foxy. Make sure y'all follow her. And I'm gonna get on up out of here, man. But before I do that, I'm gonna call out the super chats, but I'm gonna let my panel go ahead and get out of here. But to the people that sent in super chat donations, I'm gonna read them all right now before I do anything. So don't go nowhere. Let me show some love. And let me say, man, once again, appreciate every member of this channel. Let's give a shout out to Paul Wolfrain for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Paul. I appreciate that. And shout out to Roper Overbearing once again with a super chat. Appreciate it. Said, bro, I had a meditative answer regarding how the Nephilim survived the flood, and perhaps it would also plane your thoughts about where the leaders today came from. Let me know if you want to hear it. Yeah, email me and let's talk about it. You own us something. That's in alignment with it, with what we saying here about these archons. So facts. Let's welcome Tammy Mead to the channel. Appreciate the membership. Y'all guys are so gracious. I appreciate it so much, Tammy. And Astro 40K said, they not like us. Oh, no, they not. Hey, shout out to Kai for gifting another membership. That's what's up. Them brothers been coming through today. That's mad love. Hey, Kai, appreciate it once again, my good brother. And shout out to Ease W as well. He said Nelson Miles was a Civil War general and said that to the natives. They know what we believed about creation and our origins. Facts. You know what, Easy W, before we get out of here, let me say something. The Pan-Africans will give you a mythological supernatural story to explain how the first Africans got to Africa. But if you tell them that there was people always in America, they will say, well, who put them here? And if you be like, God put them here, they was here with the creation of the earth, they'll laugh at you. But the first Africans that come from the motherland, they will give them the God story.
Oh my God.
What? Stupid.
You know I ain't gonna miss nothing, bro. And that is a big hypocrisy. The first humans can be starting in Africa through a supernatural event. But they just can't start everywhere the same way. Like that same creator just couldn't put life everywhere. He had to put it in one spot and let it spread through them people creating technology and all that. That's blasphemous. The seed of humanity depended on man finding technology versus God just being smart in the first place. And that's how they dumbed everybody down to trust technology and experts and scientists over the creator and our senses and nature itself. So much more to talk about, but shout out to Easy W again. Nelson Miles, no matter what your legends say, you didn't sprout from the plains like the spring grasses, and you didn't coalesce out of the ether. You came out of the Minnesota woodlands. You on punt, Sanchez. They know. Shout out to Easy W. Easy W, you about to make me look up Nelson Miles because that's some good poetry. I'm a poet myself. That's some good stuff. Real talk. Shout out to Too Groovy. I don't know how Pan-Africans think slave ships was dropping Negroes off in the areas that get hit the most with hurricanes and tropical storms. You know, that is interesting. That is very interesting, though. And you know what's so interesting about that too, Groovy? They always taught me that all of the dangerous weather patterns and hurricanes follow the slave ship routes.
Oh my God.
That make a lot of sense what y'all saying, man. We got a very intelligent community. Let's drop a bomb for this community. Said Pan-Africans think they was dropping them off in the areas with the worst weather. And then when you ask them about it, yeah, they just say, yeah, man, you know the slave ships took the same routes as all the hurricanes, the tsunamis. Like, would that make sense to do, though, on a wood ship? Interesting stuff, man. We are really blowing this whole foundation off the lie in 2025 and beyond. So Astro 40K came back and said, I don't know about anyone else, but oh yeah, we read that about the audio. So I read them all, but before I go, let me say once again, salutes to all of my channel members and big salutes to my Patreons. The Patreons are a big foundational core of this community. Can't forget about the Patreon family. Drop a bomb for them. For real. Appreciate all of y'all. And I'll see y'all on the next one. You just realize that everything you do, it fuels me to continue to do this at a very high quality level consistently. Peace and much love.